Chapter 5:24. The two were discussing in a low voice here, but the two supreme level experts were already arguing with each other. It seemed that they were about to fight. Both of them had heard Chu Yang's advice to Mo Qingwu. The little girl was still unwilling, but it was a foregone conclusion that she would become a disciple. The only question now was, who would be her disciple? The disciple is mine. Ning Tianya said angrily. Bullshit. You don't deserve it. Bulu Qing angrily said she's mine. The two supreme level experts glared at each other like fighting cocks. The terrifying aura around their bodies was on the verge of exploding. Who would be willing to back down at such a critical moment? She had a super physique that only existed in legends. The two of them didn't like each other, but they had exploded with just a few words. You back down. I'll reward you handsomely. You back down and I'll give you everything. Why should I back down? Then why me? Neither of them was willing to back down. The smell of gunpowder was getting stronger and stronger. In the end, they unanimously proposed a solution. You and I will fight. The winner will get a disciple, and the winner will claim the title of #1 in the world. You should have done this earlier. The figures of the two staggered with a schwa sound. One of them stretched out his left hand, and the other stretched out his right hand. The spirit energy in the air suddenly gathered in a terrifying manner. Cough, cough, this junior has a good idea. Chu Yang coughed twice. These two old men were about to make this place collapse. So, Minister Chu had no choice but to come out and mediate. What idea? The two old men turned their heads to look at him. Why would they want to fight right now? The two of them had been fighting for more than 10,000 years, but they still couldn't decide the winner. So, it would be useless to fight right now. I have a good idea. It can let the two of you get a disciple, and it can also decide the winner. Moreover, it won't hurt your friendship, and it won't harm your bodies. Chu Yang smiled craftily. What's the good idea? Is there such a good idea? Ning Tianya and Bulu Qing's eyes lit up. Their 4 eyes suddenly emitted a substantial white light. It was as if 4 searchlights were fiercely shining on Chu Yang's body. So, the two seniors can get a disciple at the same time. In other words, both of you can take me as your masters at the same time. However, 1 month he would follow this master, and the next month he would follow another master. Comparing this month's progress with the next month's progress, it would be clear at a glance who would win and who would lose. Then, if you're not convinced, you can start to compare again from the 3rd month onwards. This way, until you finish your apprenticeship. Could it be that the two of you still can't determine a winner? Chu Yang smiled slyly. He chuckled twice and ended his long speech. So young. Ning Tianya stroked his chin, seemingly deep in thought. You're so young that you want to scheme against both of us old fellows and work our hearts out for this little girl? Furthermore, was it not okay to not put in the effort? Are you trying to enslave both of us? How dare you? Chu Yang smiled. This guy is too sinister. Bulu Qing also looked at Chu Yang from the corner of his eyes. Too evil. Chu Yang smiled mischievously and said, What? You don't dare to compete? Are you afraid of losing to your opponent? He sighed and said, I also understand. Practicing martial arts and teaching disciples are 2 different things. It's normal that you don't have confidence. You can withdraw if you don't have confidence. You don't have to compete in this way, right? The two supreme experts glared at each other. They clearly knew that Chu Yang was provoking them, but who would admit defeat at this juncture? The disciple of the #1 physique since ancient times would be gone if they admitted defeat. Ning Tianya opened his eyes wide. He said somewhat without confidence, but this is a good idea. Bulu Qing's face darkened. He repeatedly nodded in a tangled manner. Yes, good idea, good idea. He looked at Chu Yang's eyes. It seemed as if he wanted to swallow this smirking guy into his stomach. The two supreme experts were somewhat depressed. They had wanted to swallow it all by themselves, but it had now become shared between the two of them, especially Ning Tianya. He regretted it so much that he wanted to bang his head against the wall. Would such a troublesome matter have happened if he had come down to accept a disciple at that time? Now he had to figure out the disciple's physique clearly. He had to teach her wholeheartedly and urge her with all his might. Moreover, he had to rack his brains to suppress the other party. However, most of the decision-making power to suppress the other party wasn't in his hands. Instead, it was in the disciple's hands. But this disciple was just a beautiful little girl. He couldn't beat her, nor could he scold her. In fact, she would probably cry if he were to scold her. The two supreme experts sighed in their hearts at the same time. They frowned and looked distressed. What should we do now? However, they looked at each other and saw the tangled look on each other's face. Their spirits were suddenly lifted. He is also tangled? This is easy to handle. I don't believe that I can't suppress you. The two supreme experts fiercely snorted from their nostrils as they fiercely declared, "Then I will come for the first month." Bullshit. Why should it be you? The two confronted each other again like fighting cocks. Oh, you can decide this by rock, paper, scissors. Minister Chu couldn't help but interject. He wanted to resolve the dispute. You shut up. The two supreme experts turned their heads and shouted angrily, "You've made us suffer!" However, the two of them had no choice but to agree to rock, paper, scissors as they discussed it over and over again. Therefore, Buluchin won. He laughed 3 times. Ning Tianya lost. He touched his nose and didn't feel good about it. Then he suddenly announced, "I will move to Buluchin's place from today onwards. I will make sure that my precious disciple doesn't get harmed by Buluchin," and so on. Of course, the general direction had already been decided. So, everything else was trivial. The two of them planned for a while. They almost haggled over every detail. They divided Mo-Ching, Wu's, practice time between them. Then, they symbolically shook hands with each other with a belly full of grievances and resentment. They were also endlessly depressed and tangled. Then, a problem arose in the little girl's apprenticeship. There must be a sequence between the two masters, right? Who's the great master? Who's the second master? Chu Yang braved the danger of being scolded and proposed, call them both masters. Master Ning, Master Bu, call them like this. We'll decide who's the great master and who's the second master when the little girl finishes her apprenticeship. In this way, Minister Chu's casual words had given the title of "Who is the number one under heaven?" to the little loli who was still confused and didn't understand anything at all. You dare to not teach little Wu with all your heart? Ha ha! Let's see if you'll do your best. This is a matter of reputation that will last for thousands of years. I don't believe that you don't care. Why would you fight for the title of number one in the world for thousands of years if you didn't care? You're ruthless. The two supreme level experts pinched their noses and endured sullenly. Both of them were shrewd people. They could see that this little girl was the backbone of that little girl. What if this little girl became unhappy and said, "Little Wu, I don't want to be your apprenticeship"? That little girl would raise both her hands and feet in approval. Then she would turn around and leave without any hesitation. The two of them would lose everything if that happened. They wouldn't be able to get a disciple either. The two of them casually clenched their fists, and 2 high platforms appeared on the ground. They sat on the high platforms in a dignified manner and accepted the little girl's worship. Then they scrambled to say, "My beloved disciple, please rise." Looking at these words, it was obvious that they were spoiling her. A master was talking to his disciple, and he was using the word "please." Let's go. We should go back early so that we can lay the foundation for this little girl. Buluchin was somewhat impatient. This month is my elder brother Chu Yang. The little girl's mouth flattened, and tears streamed down her face. She opened her arms and walked over to him and hugged him tightly. I can't bear to leave you. It's only for a short time. Be good. Chu Yang felt somewhat uncomfortable in his heart, but he still forced a smile and said, Ask your master to take you to see me if you miss me too much. Okay. Mo Ching Wu's eyes lit up. She nodded heavily. She loosened her hands and slowly drew back. Her big eyes were full of reluctance. She drew back a few steps. Then, she suddenly jumped up and threw herself into Chu Yang's arms. She whimpered and kissed Chu Yang's face with all her might. But she felt that it wasn't enough. So, she kissed him a few more times. Then, she moved closer to Chu Yang's ear and said, Elder brother Chu Yang, you won't forget me, right? Of course, Chu Yang replied. How can I forget my Ching Wu? Then you kiss me. Mo Ching Wu pouted and tilted her head to look at him. Chu Yang moved closer and kissed the little girl's face twice. Bu Luqing and Ning Tianya looked on anxiously. They were full of jealousy. This bastard is kissing my disciple. My disciple is so young. Chu Yang held Mo Ching Wu tightly in his arms. He greedily breathed in the fresh scent of the little girl's body. A long while passed. Then he endured the sourness in his heart and resolutely put her down. He then said, Let's go. Elder brother Chu Yang will wait for you to come back. Okay. The little girl turned around and walked a few steps. She looked back 3 times with tearful eyes. You can't. Can't what? The little girl didn't say it out loud. She only turned her head and looked at Chu Yang in a daze. She was so young, but her eyes were filled with sadness and longing. Let's go. Ning Tianya was somewhat impatient. He waved his hand and wanted to leave with his disciple. Hey! Chu Yang coughed and said, Supreme Masters, I've helped you get a good disciple. I've also solved a big problem for you. Don't you have anything to say? Say? Bu Luqing ferociously looked at him. Little one, don't take advantage of us. Our lives will be in your hands for the rest of our lives. And you still want benefits. You've gone crazy thinking about it. There's nothing to say, so I've been busy for half a day in vain? Chu Yang's expression was somewhat gloomy and funny. The little girl, who was looking at him with a sorrowful expression, couldn't help but chuckle. Go away. Ning Tianya glared at him. Chu Yang shouted loudly, Ching Wu, when you get there, you must get some good things from your 2 masters. If you don't need them, you can give them to your elder brother Chu Yang. The more, the better. Your 2 masters have a lot of good things. Mo Ching Wu firmly clenched her small fist and waved it. Elder brother Chu Yang, don't worry. I'll squeeze them dry. I'll give them all to you, elder brother Chu Yang. The 2 supreme masters staggered and nearly fell to the ground. Are we getting a disciple or a hungry wolf? Chapter 5:25. The 2 great masters didn't dare to stay any longer. If they stayed any longer, their old bones might be taken away by their disciple as a gift. He had to quickly go back and educate them. How could he give the things of his own sect to others? Especially since this guy had a bellyful of evil tricks, all the more he couldn't give it to him. Mo Ching Wu waved her hand and bade farewell to Gu Duxing and the others. Bu Luqing hastily picked Mo Ching Wu up when he saw that the little girl's eyes were about to flicker with tears. Then he took the lead and flew away. Ning Tianya followed closely behind, not daring to stray even an inch away from her. He was afraid that his disciple would be monopolized by Bu Luqing if he was a step late. The silhouette had already disappeared. But Mo Ching Wu's loud screams could still be heard in the air. Elder brother Chu Yang, wait for me. I will come back to protect you. With a smile on his face, Chu Yang looked at the void in front of him and waved his hand gently. His heart felt empty, lost, and a strong reluctance, but he didn't show it. She just smiled faintly, her eyes warm and firm. Ching Wu, of course I will wait for you. You don't know. I've been waiting for you all my life. Ching Wu, I have finally reversed your fate. From the moment you were taken away by Jizun, I finally felt completely at ease about your fate. His life was already different. They must have gone to the Mo clan. Mo wiped his eyes and laughed. He wanted to show that he was not sad about parting and was very strong. But this smile was like the cry of a duck, extremely unpleasant to the ears. If it was in the past, everyone would have made fun of him. But now no one laughed at him. They only nodded silently. Everyone was not used to the sudden absence of this little girl, who loved to talk and laugh by their side. With Mo Qingwu's character, she had no choice but to return to the Mo clan. First, he had to go back and say goodbye. Second, he had to get his dreaming of a gentle dance saber. After a long while, Chu Yang said indifferently, "Let's go too. There are too many things waiting for us in the northern wastelands." Everyone agreed and walked back. On the way back, everyone was strangely silent. Even GMO and Luo Kadi, who had been making jokes and pranks, were so silent that it was somewhat frightening. "Boss, I'm going to practice." GMO finally turned his head and said after walking a long distance, "Extra training?" Chu Yang frowned. "Yes, I want to train as well." Luo Kadi stood up as well. "It's fine if others look down on me. But even Ji Zun said that we have no future?" GMO gritted his teeth and said, "I must fight for a bright future." Sometimes the words of a supreme martial artist are just like farts. "That's right," Luo Kadi responded. His eyes were bloodshot as he said, "We must fight for our dignity. If I don't fight back, I'm afraid I won't have any hope in this life." Chu Yang sighed and said, "You must be mentally prepared. This isn't something that can be decided by hot-headedness. This decision of yours means that countless lives will be lost, and we can't help you." "Yes, I've thought it through." Jimo's eyes flickered with determination. "In this life, unless I kill myself, I will become a supreme master." "Me too," Luo Kadi said firmly. "Good." A cold light flashed in Chu Yang's eyes as he said, "Since you have made a decision, then don't change it. There was no need to wait for tomorrow. Let's start today. From now on, this northern wasteland is our battlefield. Kill everyone here for me." A murderous intention flashed in Chu Yang's eyes, whether it's a human or a spirit beast. "Remember, you won't get any help from us in every battle from now on. Every battle is a life and death experience. Live to get promoted or die. Gudu Xing Dong Wu Shang. You too must remember that you are not allowed to save GMO and Luo Kadi even if they die in front of you from now on." Chu Yang said sternly, "Men must face their own battles alone." "Yes," the four brothers agreed together. They looked at each other and revealed a resolute look. How could one rely on other people's help on the road to becoming a powerhouse? They walked out in silence for a while and saw a dense crowd in front of them. It was a group of experts of the dark bamboo. The two people in the lead were Duke Yu and Jun Shizhu. "Where's little Wu?" Jun Shizhu swept her eyes and found that one person was missing. So she couldn't help but ask. Her master took her away. Chu Yang was somewhat listless as he said, "She has worshipped Ning Tianya and Bulu Qing as her masters." Hiss! Jun Shizhu sucked in a cold breath. She has worshipped two supreme-level experts as her masters at the same time. She thought in her heart, is it possible that little Wu's 3 meridian is protected by the spiritual power of these two supreme-level experts? The more she thought about it, the more she felt that it was possible. She couldn't help but rejoice in her heart. Fortunately, I didn't do anything to this little girl at that time. Otherwise, I would have been done for 2 supreme-level experts. Chu Yang, we've been waiting for you here for a matter. Duke Yu insipidly said, "We've already obtained the blood essence and inner core of a spirit beast. So, Dark Bamboo and I are going to start our closed-door training. I'm afraid that this closed-door training will take a long time." "Oh, Chu Yang's eyes revealed a doubtful look. The strength of the dark bamboo will go into the shadows during our closed-door training. Lu will be in charge of it. I've already passed down an order. None of the members of the dark bamboo are allowed to cause trouble. Duke Yu looked at Chu Yang with a faint smile on his face. Then he said with a meaningful tone, "We won't be in the three heavens for now. So, you can cause trouble as you wish." The voice of these words drilled into Chu Yang's ears. It was subtle yet clear. Then he took 2 steps back and said in a loud voice, "Wait for me to come out. I'll properly train them for you." Then he and Jun Shizhu took a step back at the same time and bid farewell to Chu Yang and the others. Then they didn't turn their heads back. They led everyone and sped away and disappeared from the line of sight of Chu Yang and the others. This matter had happened so quickly and had ended so straightforwardly. Gu Duxing and the others were somewhat overwhelmed. Does this mean that the biggest underground organization in the three heavens will temporarily withdraw from the Jianghu? Wouldn't the three heavens be even more chaotic without the terrifying restriction of the dark bamboo? Chaos is good. Heroes emerge in troubled times. Dong Wushang snorted and said, "Then let's kill to our heart's content." That's right. Let's kill to our heart's content during this period of time. Gu Duxing let out a loud shout. His heroic spirit soared as he said, "Our heavenly armament pavilion should shine brightly since the dark bamboo won't come out." The 5 brothers looked at each other and smiled knowingly. Then they took out the masks of the heavenly armament pavilion from their bosoms at the same time. The northern wilderness was in chaos for the next few days. Everyone who had come here regarded each other as an enemy. So it was inevitable that 2 groups of people would come across each other. There was no reason to reason with them. However, the heavenly armament pavilion had already caused a terrifying upheaval along the way in the past few days. And it had once again displayed the illustrious prestige of this organization. A few strange people wearing masks were moving unhindered in the northern wilderness. They were killing people and robbing their belongings. They were doing everything they could. Sometimes they were in pairs. Sometimes they were alone. Sometimes they were in groups of 4 or 5. They would come and go with a whistling sound. And they would leave with a whistling sound. There was only one result for anyone who came across them. They would be robbed, killed, or crippled. These people were being unreasonable. They had given the experts of the 3 heavens who had come here to look for spirit beasts and hunt for spirit beasts' blood. And they had slowly gained a reputation, but it was a bad reputation. Chu Yang flew all the way. He faced the wind and snow. His sword flashed and cut the throat of an expert in front of him. Then he disappeared along with the sword light. The brothers had separated to gain experience for the 7th day. Chu Yang had been searching in the direction of the calamity soared during these 7 days. He had harvested elixirs and rare treasures. Sometimes he would find out that there was someone else who had arrived first, and that could lead to a big battle. His current cultivation and the sharpness of the calamity sword had made him almost unrivaled. Of course, Chu Yang would have turned around and fled if he had come across 1 or 2 emperor-level experts. He was extremely slippery, so he didn't have to worry about the experts below emperor-level experts catching up with him with his agility. Moreover, he had the sword spirit's killer weapon ready at any time. So it didn't matter if the opponent caught up with him. The sword spirit would attack and his sword would kill. Therefore, Minister Chu had collected a lot of good things along the way. And everything was going smoothly. Well, he couldn't be called Minister Chu anymore. He should be called Great Pavilion Master Chu. The only thing that made Great Pavilion Master Chu dissatisfied was that he hadn't found the sword spirit's remnant soul. This was his main purpose in coming here. So, how could he give up if he couldn't find it? Therefore, he continued to look for it. Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang had deliberately increased their cultivation time during this time. and they had reduced their fighting time in order to comprehend their own sword and saber realms. On the other hand, Luo Kudi and GMO had recklessly increased the duration of their fights. The two of them were like two mad tigers. They were unscrupulously challenging and looting everywhere. They were riddled with scars every day, and they were on the verge of death several times every day. However, their hearts were slowly being tempered to become more and more tenacious. The two of them had firmly remembered Chu Yang's words. Only after surviving 100 deaths can one become a powerhouse. Heavenly Armament Pavilion. Its fierce and illustrious name was born from this. Chu Yang had just picked up a cold ice spirit fruit from under the layer of ice when he suddenly heard the sound of clothes fluttering in the air. Chu Yang's spirit was lifted. Could it be that another fat sheep has come knocking? He quietly peeked out to take a look. He saw that these people were wearing black clothes, and their faces were covered with black and gold masks. They looked gloomy and frightening. That unique aura made Chu Yang's murderous intent rise. They were the people of the Hei Emo clan. He saw that these people were quickly looking for hiding places. It seemed that they were going to ambush someone. Chu Yang was thinking about whether he should make a move now. Suddenly, the sound of two people talking came through the whistling wind. Chu Yang was startled. Then his eyes emitted a divine light of excitement. The blood in his body seemed to have become somewhat scorching. "Master, where did that bastard Chu Yang go? Why can't we find him after such a long time?" A voice like a duck's voice was mixed with the howl of a wolf, and there was a strong shock in it. Chapter 5:26. Meng Chaoran and Tan had hit the jackpot. The master and disciple duo had hurried on their journey as if they were on a scenic tour. They would fight spirit beasts if they could beat them, and they would hide if they couldn't beat them. It was the same when they met people. They would fight if they were confident, and they would hide if they weren't. The master and disciple duo were indifferent to everything, and the other was unscrupulous and lawless, and the other would fight and retreat in a carefree manner, and the other would rush and hide valiantly. They were a perfect match. Meng Chao Ran didn't care about anything in his heart. Despicable and shameless, noble and serious, everything would become indifferent in his hands. Meng Chao Ran would kill people who wanted to kill him in a carefree manner, and he would eliminate the source of trouble. This was the rule of Jianghu. So everyone took it for granted, and Meng Chao Ran was no exception. But there was nothing that couldn't be done in Tan's eyes. He could do anything, even if he had to face a supreme-level expert with his current cultivation, as long as Meng Chao Ran said, "Fight!" Tan would bravely and fearlessly rush forward. And Meng Chao Ran's rich experience in Jianghu was completely different from other people's. He didn't need to see it. Meng Chao Ran would take Tan to avoid it in advance. So the master and disciple duo hadn't even scratched their skin when they reached the interior of the wasteland. Tan had discovered more than once that Meng Chao Ran would suddenly stop and take a detour while they were hurrying on their journey. Tan would only find out why his master had taken a detour after they had traveled a long distance. It was because there were either powerful spirit beasts or powerful enemies ahead. Sometimes Tan could clearly see that Meng Chao Ran's hair would stand on end when they were hurrying on their journey in a calm manner, and this proved that there was danger ahead. Tan was envious of his master's ability. He was so envious that his eyes had turned red. "This is too powerful. I won't encounter any danger with this kind of awareness." Meng Chao Ran could only force a smile when he saw his disciples' red eyes wanting to learn. God knows how many times he had been hunted down over the years because of certain things. He had fumbled around in life and death situations, and he had experienced many life and death crises to a certain extent. Therefore, he had developed such a keen sense. So, how could this be learned so easily? They had met two people were on the verge of death that day. Dressed in black, he rushed over from the top of the mountain as if he was struggling for his life. But when he was not far from the two of them, he fell down due to exhaustion and couldn't get up. At this time, Meng Chao ran, and his disciple were leisurely walking over. They had just turned a corner, and two people fell from the top of the mountain. The master and disciple looked at each other in dismay, seeing that these two black-clothed men were motionless in the underbrush. Tan Tan wanted to go up and take a look. One of the black-clothed men groaned and said, "Save me!" Tan Tan leaped forward. "So, you haven't died yet?" "Wait." Meng Chao ran, stopped his disciple. Then he said to Tan Tan's puzzled voice, "I remember that an expert said a long time ago that he was traveling in Jianghu. If he saw someone unconscious in front of him, it would be troublesome if it wasn't a trap. Under such circumstances, the best solution is to—" Tan Tan perked up his ears as he spoke till here. The two black-clothed men, who couldn't move on the ground, also involuntarily perked up their ears to listen. "The best solution is to chop off the heads of these two men as soon as possible. Then see if these two men are dead or not. Doing this can first put an end to any ambushes or traps. Second, you can establish a friendship with the people who are chasing them. You can also make a fortune from these dead men in the worst-case scenario." Meng Chao ran insipidly said. Then he pulled out his long sword with a clang sound. Tan Tan was dumbstruck. Master is very talented, seeing if these two men are dead or not after chopping off their heads. This is simply a unique skill. It's definitely a secret manual. It's speaking from experience. Meng Chao ran, finished speaking. Then a sword light flew out without the slightest hesitation. It cut off the heads of the two men who had opened their eyes wide in disbelief after listening to these words. Then Meng Chao ran, put his sword back into its sheath, and said, "There shouldn't be any danger now. You can go over and take a look." Tan Tan was somewhat dazed. He said, "Oh," and walked over. "I hadn't thought that my master would be so decisive. He's simply too cool. He killed two people for no reason. And he even quoted the classics." Tan Tan felt that he must learn this extreme method of showing off. However, Tan Tan exclaimed in shock after a short while, "Fuck master! We're rich." Tan Tan was so excited that he started to speak. Meng Chao flew into a rage and said, "Bullshit! Your master will pull out your tongue if you continue to speak such filthy words." Then he asked, "What kind of wealth are you talking about? This inner core is very big." Tan Tan took out a jade box from one of the men's pockets. There was a fist-sized inner core in it. It was sparkling and translucent. It was shining dazzlingly. The inner core of a spirit beast. Meng Chao turned pale with fright. Meng Chao saw the multicolored rays of light and the rich world's vital energy. He knew that they had struck it rich this time. Our luck is very good. Tan Tan was reluctant to part with it. He opened his mouth and chuckled. "Let's go quickly." Luck my ass. The corner of Meng Chao Rant's mouth fiercely twitched. It seemed as if he had sensed that a big trouble was coming head-on. He pulled his disciple and dragged Tan Tan and his master to fly away like an arrow. Tan Tan was reluctant to part with them. He repeatedly turned his head and said, "Master, we haven't found anything on that man's body yet. Perhaps there's still the inner core of a spirit beast." "Do you think that the inner core of a spirit beast is a cabbage? Our lives will be lost if we continue to search." Meng Chao angrily said, "These two men have the inner core of a spirit beast, but they're still being hunted down like this. It's clear that there's an expert among them. Moreover, their wounds are very fresh. So, the people who are chasing them will come here soon. What are we waiting for?" The master and his disciple had only walked for a few kilometers, but Meng Chao had already left a dozen or so traces behind them to confuse the people. Then they determined the direction. Then they hurried on with all their might and walked towards a deserted place. They had barely walked for a few breaths when a group of black-clothed men arrived here. They rummaged through the corpses of the two men. Their complexions suddenly changed. "We've been taken advantage of. The inner cores are gone, and the sword marks on their necks are still visible. Blood is still flowing out. These two men couldn't have run far. Quickly chase after them." Another man gnashed his teeth. "Who's the one who dared to take advantage of our Black Devil clan? We'll cut them into pieces after we catch them. I'm going to die from anger." Suddenly, the black-clothed men flew out. They were burning with anxiety as they chased after them with all their might. "Fuck! We've spent so much effort, and we finally succeeded with great difficulty. But we've been robbed at the last moment. This is simply too sullen. Moreover, this kind of thing has happened to the Black Devil clan. They're famous for being vicious. So it's even more shameful and humiliating. We've fought with our lives on the line, but someone else has become the fisherman. Moreover, we don't even know who this fisherman is. This is unbearable. The heavens are my witnesses. This is a coincidence. That inner core of a spirit beast belongs to that extremely unlucky single-horned dragon. Buluching had extracted half of its blood essence that day. Then he had thrown this extremely weak beast away, and it had landed somewhere unknown. How terrifying was the strength of a supreme martial artist's throw! The single-horned dragon had been dizzy when it had landed on the ground. So, it hadn't been able to move for a long time. Moreover, it had just lost half of its blood essence. So, it hadn't been able to fight. However, the most unlucky thing was that it had fallen behind a big mountain, and there were more than a dozen experts of a clan of the third heavens waiting to take advantage of it. The single-horned dragon had fallen into the center of their ambush when it had landed. Moreover, it had smashed one of them to death on the spot. What was even more tragic was that it couldn't move after it had fallen. It couldn't do anything except blinking its eyes and shedding tears. "I only need half an hour to recover a little. I only need half an hour. Ah!" The single-horned dragon shouted wildly in its heart. But who would give it half an hour? They wouldn't even give it half a breath. This clan had dispatched the most powerful people to try their luck. They only had 2 king-level experts and more than a dozen revered martial artists. Perhaps they would have been swallowed in the blink of an eye if they had participated in the contest. Therefore, they didn't dare to go in. Who would have thought that a windfall would fall from the sky? A half-dead spirit beast would fall from the sky while they were basking in the sun? Is there such a good thing in this world? More than a dozen experts of this clan were shocked by this sudden surprise in an instant. This is a fucking poem. Raise your head when you're hungry, and dragon, meat falls from the sky. So, how could they be polite when such a good thing happened? Therefore, everyone swarmed forward. They peeled off its skin, pulled out its tendons, collected its blood essence, and took out its inner core. Of course, these people didn't know that the blood essence of this spirit beast was incomplete. So it was useless. They were so happy that they couldn't close their mouths. Wow, I only wanted to get a few drops. Who would have thought that I would get a whole beast? This formidable spirit beast didn't die in the hands of a supreme-level expert, but it died in the hands of a group of ants. This is the will of heaven. This kind of death was too humiliating for a powerful spirit beast to die like this. The rest of this spirit beast's body had become spoils of war after they had toiled for a while, except for its broken flesh. However, these experts had become dizzy with joy when they realized that there wasn't any danger. So they had done something that could be said to be digging their own graves. These guys had a greedy look in their eyes. They begged the 2 elders to roast the meat of this spirit beast and eat it. This is a spirit beast. Where would I get to eat the meat of a spirit beast in my life? I won't die in vain if I get to eat it this time. The 2 elders were in a very good mood. They were so happy that they couldn't close their mouths. So They waved their hands and agreed without thinking. Therefore, everyone gathered firewood and started to roast the dragon meat. They were very busy. Everyone was full of energy. They were eating the dragon meat while looking forward to the clan's rise in the three heavens after they had obtained so many good things. However, the cruel fact proved that the saying "extreme joy begets sorrow" was extremely reasonable at this time. How could there be no smoke when the fire rose from the roast dragon meat? The Black Devil clan had been running around without any harvest. They were the first to discover the thick smoke. Chapter 5:27. The people of the Black Devil clan were hiding in the periphery because the Black Devil clan was ready to plunder the fruits of victory from any other clan. This was the tradition of the Black Devil clan. They would charge and break through enemy lines. As for the fruits of victory, they would snatch it from their hands if they got it. They obviously couldn't eat cooked food since it was an ambush. Otherwise, those wily old foxes from those big clans would leave if they didn't escape from here. Therefore, they could only gnaw on dry food. Motherfucker. These people of the Black Devil clan are usually gnawing on dry food in this northern wilderness. But they found thick smoke not far away today. Fuck. Someone is barbecuing meat. Therefore, they followed the smoke to find this place. They wanted to beat this person up. And they wanted to drive away this guy who dared to barbecue meat here. You barbecued meat here. Aren't you cutting off our Black Devil clan's source of income? Moreover, this place is clearly a peripheral area. What big clan can there be here? Big clans generally go inside. Who would dare to not give face to the Black Devil clan? Therefore, the people of the Black Devil clan felt relieved and relaxed. However, they saw the corpse of the single-horned dragon when they arrived here. Blood was still flowing out of it. ***. More than a dozen king-level experts of the Black Devil clan were stunned. This is a godsend gift from the heavens. Such a precious thing has been obtained by such a small clan. Doesn't this mean that this is a godsend to our Black Devil clan? Otherwise, how can there be such a coincidence? The people of the Black Devil clan rubbed their fists and jumped down confidently. Therefore, the people of this small clan who were happily eating the dragon meat were out of luck. After a fierce battle, these people who had just eaten the dragon meat died. This proved that the dragon meat couldn't be eaten casually. It was only a single-horned dragon, but it had the word dragon in its name. The blood essence, dragon tendons, dragon bones, dragon skin, and so on were all snatched away. Only the two king-level experts had managed to break out of the encirclement with the core. They had burned their own life force to escape with scars all over their bodies. The people of the Black Devil clan had chased after them. The two king-level experts had exhausted their life force and had fled thousands of miles away. They had then finally met Meng Chao Ran and Tan Tan at the end of their lives. It could be said that they wouldn't have been so coincidental if they hadn't used a little bit of their strength. As a result, young Master Ten didn't have to expend any effort and picked up a spirit beast's core for free. This was equivalent to a windfall from the heavens. With the windfall in his pocket, of course he had to run. With Meng Chao Ran's extraordinary senses, the master and disciple duo had been running for their lives for 3 days without being caught. There were a few times when they were intercepted, but the two of them took advantage of the fact that their opponents were few in number and did not surround them to escape. The experts of the Hey Mo clan were furious. He immediately released the news, and all the small teams of the Black Devil clan that were preparing to launch a surprise attack were to gather together and chase after them. There are actually 2 Emperor-level experts here. Thus, Meng Chao Ran's escape route became much more difficult. But at this critical moment, another accident happened. This accident happened so suddenly that even Meng Chao Ran, who had a strong mental fortitude, was flabbergasted. He didn't know what was going on. The accident happened to Tan Tan. After young master Tan obtained the core of a spirit beast. He felt as if he had obtained a priceless treasure. Occasionally, he would take it out to take a look and admire it. Finally, at noon that day, when young Master Tan took it out to have a look, he tried to bite it. Tan dared to swear to the heavens that he hadn't used any strength. He really only wanted to try it. He really only wanted to study it, that's all. Everyone knew that Tan had a very strong desire for research. In fact, Meng Chao Ran had been beside him at that time. But he had only smiled and shook his head. He had tacitly approved of his disciple's mischievousness. Tan wouldn't be Tan if he wasn't mischievous. However, he hadn't even bitten it when that core of a spirit beast suddenly rushed into Tan's mouth with all its might, as if it had a life of its own. A fist-sized core. Tan let out a strange cry. He rolled his eyes and stared blankly. His hands were empty. That fist-sized core of a spirit beast was stuck in his throat, and it was tightly blocked. This stuck feeling was very uncomfortable. Tan opened his mouth and became dumbstruck. Meng Chao Ran turned pale with fright. He hastily took it out, but he couldn't take it out no matter what he said. Later, Meng Chao Ran became anxious. He saw that his disciple was about to suffocate to death. So he simply took out his long sword to pry it out. The core was stuck in Tan's throat. It seemed as if it was desperately falling down. It was desperately drilling into his throat. And Meng Chao Ran's prying had an effect when young Master Tan was about to suffocate to death. This inner core fiercely drilled into Tan's throat with the help of an external force and forcibly widened Tan's throat by a fold. Then it slowly and leisurely entered Tan's stomach. Meng Chao Ran's eyebrows twitched as he saw this. His hair stood on end, and he nearly fainted. This scene was like a finger-thick snake swallowing an egg alive. Tan's neck fiercely bulged, and then it fell down. Both the master and disciple felt as if they had been struck by lightning. Meng Chao Ran's face was grief-stricken, the core of a spirit beast. Even an emperor-level expert would explode if he were to eat it raw, right? My disciple, my pitiful disciple. Then Tan became anxious. He vomited but couldn't spit it out. So he simply took off his pants and made a hook with a tree branch. Then he pulled it out from the bottom. His stomach was in extreme pain as he pulled it out. But the core didn't come out. It seemed as if it had settled down in his stomach. Meng Chao Ran mixed a laxative and gave it to Tan. But Tan didn't have any reaction. Then he increased the dosage to 10 times the amount of laxative. And even a horned dragon in its prime would have diarrhea if it were to eat it. Finally, there was a reaction this time. Tan ate 10 times the amount of laxative. Then he let out more than 10 stinky farts, but there was no reaction afterwards. It seemed as if this 10 times the amount of laxative was only used to induce farts. Meng Chao Ran was at his wit's end. He sighed helplessly. Fuck, I have accepted 2 disciples. Chuyang is already a heaven-defying existence. But I didn't expect that this little disciple would also have a monstrous physique. Even a monstrous genius would have diarrhea if he were to eat that laxative, right? Fortunately, the terrifying phenomenon of Tan exploding didn't happen. Meng Chao Ran felt relieved after 2 days. But Tan's body began to have a fever. Moreover, this fever was different from an ordinary fever. His body temperature was getting higher and higher. Tan's spirit was getting 100-fold higher. Tan was getting more and more lively. Tan didn't even need to sleep. Tan's body temperature had reached a terrifying level. Meng Chao Ran would have been scalded if he had placed his hand on Tan's forehead without circulating his martial power. But Tan was feverish as if nothing had happened. He had never heard that eating the inner core of a spirit beast could cause such a reaction. Meng Chao Ran was experienced and knowledgeable, but he had never heard of such a thing. Tan's spiritual power hadn't increased after eating the inner core of a spirit beast. Instead, his body was getting hotter and hotter. His spirit was getting more and more vigorous. In fact, it seemed as if he could swallow a mountain alive. But It wasn't a good thing to continue burning like this. Both Meng Chao Ran and Tan Tan understood this. Therefore, Meng Chao Ran took Tan Tan out of their hiding place and went towards the layer of mysterious ice. Only the layer of mysterious ice that hadn't melted for 10,000 years could dissolve Tan Tan's body temperature, right? This was Meng Chao Ran's only hope. He had ended up being hunted down after he had come out. Meng Chao Ran had gone all the way for his disciple, and he had exposed the direction he was heading in. Tan Tan had been excited for the first few days, but he had now become distressed. Master, what should I do? My body is so hot. Tan Tan lay down on the ground, and the ice that hadn't melted for many years turned into a pool. It was steaming like a hot spring. Tan jumped out of the pool with a splashing sound. Then a burst of steam came out of his body and his clothes dried. Tan wanted to cry, but had no tears. I don't need to wash my clothes. I just need to dry them in the sun. I just need to stick them on my body. Moreover, I don't need to waste my spiritual power. It's fine if you can't find it. And if there's no abnormality, it's fine if you continue to be so hot. Meng Chao Ran could only comfort his disciple like this. It's fine. It's just a high body temperature. You'll get used to it after a long time. I can get used to it, but the problem is that others can't. Tan said with a sad face. What will I do if I marry that little girl, Xia Dan Feng, in the bridal chamber in the future? She'll be cooked as soon as I press down on her body. Then I'll be able to eat meat without doing anything. Master, boo-hoo! I'm not looking for a wife to eat human flesh. You have to prove this to me. Get lost. Meng Chao Ran couldn't bear it any longer. He kicked his disciple several 100 feet away and got embedded in the mountain wall. He gnashed his teeth and cursed in a low voice. You want me to prove it to you? I'll prove it to you. Tan slid down the mountain wall with his arms and legs spread out. Then he nimbly flipped over and happily ran over shamelessly. Master, I've thought of a way. What's the way? Meng Chao Ran curiously asked. I'll make an ice crystal armor for her if she's still so hot in the bridal chamber. Then I'll cover her whole body and leave only a hole below. Tan earnestly said. Meng Chao Ran looked up to the sky and heaved a long sigh. He looked at the mountain wall and had an impulse to knock his head against it. This won't do. She'll be cooked somewhere else. Tan sighed in despair. Then he discovered the loophole in his plan. He couldn't help but get angry. He felt so wrong that he wanted to vomit blood. He pointed to the sky and cursed. This is the work of a thief. Isn't the heavens deliberately playing with me? I look like this. Do you think it's easy to find a wife? Great young Master Tan was angry. Meng Chao Ran was also angry. He grabbed his disciple's lapel and cursed for the first time in his life. Will you die if you don't speak a word? Can't you shut your mouth? Do you want to kill me? Tan was startled. Master, you're cursing me, boo-hoo! Master, you're cursing me, boo-hoo! Tan covered his face and wept. Meng Chao Ran squatted down in grief and held his head. Chapter 5:28. Meng Chao Ran was in so much pain. Being together with Tan, even a saint would be turned into a villain. In the past, when the two of them were constantly separated, it was much better than now. Damn! What kind of sin did I commit to have such a disciple? Meng Chao Ran, who had always been gentle and indifferent, was now filled with anger because of his own brother. Moreover, it was nowhere to be seen. The mysterious ice layer is in front. Meng Chao Ran said weakly, If this place is useless, I can't do anything. You can continue to heat up. Then he suddenly straightened his face. Pay attention. The people who are chasing us have not made any movements these days. They must know that we are coming here. There must be an ambush ahead. You better focus. Meng Chao Ran asked in a daze. Bastard, do you have a pig's brain? Meng Chao was furious. It's not like they haven't seen you steaming all the way here. Where else can you get rid of this heat other than the mysterious ice layer? Will you only be satisfied if you die from your stupidity? Chu Yang had already heard Tan Tan's voice from afar. He immediately knew that these people from the Heimo clan wanted to deal with his master and junior martial brother. I haven't settled the score with you for Mo Qingwu, and now you want to deal with my master and junior martial brother? Chu Yang was infuriated. Looking at the position of the ambush, Chu Yang secretly counted. Just this side alone, there should be close to 20 people. With the strength of these people, the three of them had no hope of winning. In fact, if they were besieged, even the hope of escaping would be very slim. After all, none of the people sent by the Heimo clan were weak. This was a big matter related to the future of the Heimo clan in the next few decades. How could they be careless? Therefore, Chu Yang felt that he could not act blindly without thinking. If he acted rashly, the three of them would be buried here. Chu Yang rolled his eyes and immediately dived into the mysterious ice layer. He had appeared and disappeared without a sound. Behind Black Devil and the others, no one had noticed him. Everyone's attention was focused on the two people who were about to arrive. The inner core of a spirit beast. It was on these two people. All the experts of the Heimo clan were enraged during this pursuit. They were on the verge of collapse. They are just two small king-level experts. The Heimo clan had already given them face by sending out 5 people. However, these two little loaches were cunning and extremely vigilant. It was simply outrageous. Countless encirclements and interceptions, countless inescapable encirclements. They had actually managed to escape and evade them all. It was as if he could predict the future. Later, the Heimo clan dispatched 40 experts, but they still couldn't do anything to them. This was simply inconceivable. Fortunately, a phenomenon occurred later on, which made everyone calm down. One of these two people should have a high fever or been poisoned by fire poison. Wherever he passed, there would be water stains. And these two people were heading towards the layer of profound ice. Well, they probably wanted to use the profound ice to dissolve it. Therefore, the people of the Heimo clan simply came here to ambush. Biding one's time for exhaustion was the way to go. However, why would they be poisoned by fire poison in this extremely cold weather of the northern wilderness? Everyone couldn't figure it out. Everyone of the Heimo clan was gnashing their teeth in anger. I will kill them. I will let them die too easily. It will be a waste of my tiredness and suffocation for the past few days. The eyes of the Heimo clan's expert, who was lying at the back, were wide open. He looked at the two figures that were slowly moving towards them from afar. His fingers had almost dug into the profound ice beneath his body. You guys should hurry up. You are making me anxious. Everyone was anxious, but no one dared to act blindly without thinking. They had been at this distance several times, but those two people would immediately run away as soon as someone moved. They couldn't catch up with them. It's better to be safe. Get closer, get closer. This king-level expert of the Heimo clan was anxiously waiting. His body was like a drawn bow. Then he felt something strange below his body, but he didn't pay attention to it. This was a layer of profound ice that hadn't melted since ancient times. Something strange? What can be strange? Don't tell me that someone can drill down to the bottom? He even laughed at his own thoughts. But then, under the layer of profound ice, a transparent thing was slowly rising. Then, below his neck, the tip of a sword appeared without a sound at this time. He was trying his best to raise his head and look forward. His posture was very good. He was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Even the skin around his throat was very tight. Puff! The tip of the sword stabbed out like lightning, piercing into his throat. Following that, a ferocious sword chi surged into his body. taking control of his brain and destroying it. Then it took control of his meridians and exploded his dantian. This king-level expert only had enough time to bulge his eyes out. He didn't have time to make any other reaction. His body was still in its original position, but it had changed from tight to soft, lying on the ground. A pool of blood silently gushed out from the wound on his throat. It dyed the profound ice beneath his body red. Then it was frozen. I used too much strength. So much blood has flowed out. If someone notices the smell of blood, it will be troublesome. Chu Yang sighed under the layer of profound ice with some annoyance. He couldn't control his strength in his first attack. He relied on the sharpness of the Calamity Sword and the power of the Sword Spirit to quickly sneak in here from the place where he mined the cold ice spirit fruit. Then he took the opportunity to kill with one strike. However, his entire body was frozen to the point that it was about to freeze. This kind of movement required the full help of the Sword Spirit and the Calamity Sword. They wouldn't help him resist the cold. And his 7U cold chi was inside the Calamity Sword. It was completely relying on the spiritual energy in his body to resist the cold. This was 10,000-year profound ice. Without time to think, Chu Yang immediately controlled the Calamity Sword to sneak towards the place where the other person was hiding. He hurriedly took out a piece of profound Yang heart from the Calamity space and covered his mouth. Only then did he feel a little better. Puff! Another faint and inaudible sound was heard. Then a tiny bloodstain appeared on the throat of another king-level expert of the Black Devil clan who was 30 feet away. Then that king-level expert silently lowered his head and died. The experts of the Hei Mo clan probably didn't expect that there was someone under the 10,000-year profound ice. Moreover, that person was moving and attacking them. All of their attention was on the two people who were approaching from afar. On the other side, Master, don't worry. If there is an enemy, I will hold him. The voice was getting closer and closer. A male duck's voice said happily, I will burn him to death. Chao Dao's powerless response. On the other side, puff. Another one. Chu Yang's eyes were cold. His body was like lightning as he moved again. On the other side, I don't know where Chu Yang went. It's really strange. Maybe he saw me, and I will be happy and not burn him. It was still that male duck's voice. Chao Dao rolled his eyes. On the other side, puff! Another one. Chu Yang moved again. Although he was under the profound ice, his blood was burning. Killing intent was dense. The pleasure of a successful sneak attack filled his nerves. On the other side, my poor little Danfoam, I haven't seen her for a long time. When I see her, I will definitely kiss her fiercely. I'm just afraid I'll burn her lips. That strange voice came closer. Meng Chao Dao didn't say anything. On the other side, puff, puff, 2 in a row. Sigh, thinking about it, it's really a tragedy. If little Danfeng went back on her word because of my fever, then I would become the #1 person in the world who became a bachelor because of my fever. Although this #1 in the world is also an honor. That voice chattered on. On the other side, puff. On the other side, I am a little regretful. Master, I really should have followed Chu Yang to become the Prime Minister of Iron Cloud Nation. At the very least, I can become a great general. Sigh, now that I am burned like this. I am really unlucky. Meng Chao Dao's face turned pale. On the other side, puff, puff. On one side, there was a lot of nonsense. His imagination was running wild. He chattered endlessly, making people who heard him have the urge to commit suicide. On the other side, there was a person who killed people like cutting grass. He killed people one after another without any hesitation. One by one, the sovereign-level experts died in silence. They could not bear the injustice. Without anyone noticing, this silent layer of ice had already turned into a grave. In a very short time, Chu Yang had already killed 10 people in a row. This was already the limit of what he could do, but with the number of enemies, this was far from enough. It couldn't eliminate the threat at all, but his good luck ended here because he didn't have time. However, Meng Chao Ran seemed to have discovered something when he was about to attack again, so he pulled Tan Tan to a stop, following which a smug laugh rang out from the ground as a sinister voice spoke out. The two of you, it's really hard to wait for you guys, but you have finally set foot on the road to hell. Following this deep voice, the people of the Black Devil clan stood up from the ground. Yes, those who were still alive stood up, but there were 10 people who would never be able to stand up again. Chu Yang quietly drilled out and hid behind a big rock. He looked at the situation in front of him with a tense and serious face. His eyes vigilantly looked around and looked for a favorable terrain. He had only killed 10 people. There were 20 on this side. Half of them were still alive, and 10 people had appeared on the other two sides at the same time. The most serious thing was that the auras of 2 of them were very strong. They were clearly Emperor-level experts. The people on the 3 sides had formed a pocket, and Meng Chao Dao and Tan Tan were at the entrance of this pocket. At this distance, it was too late to escape. If they turned around, their backs would be exposed to the enemy. The situation was very serious. It had reached an extremely bad point. Chapter 5:29. Meng Chao Ran had an indifferent look on his face, but he felt a little regretful in his heart. My state of mind has been disturbed by Tan Tan. I have fallen into a state of speechlessness. This has led to a substantial decrease in my sensitivity to danger. I didn't notice it earlier. I hadn't completely fallen into the enemy's encirclement, but it was already too late. Meng Chao Ran had recovered his indifferent state of mind in the face of enemies who were dozens of times stronger than him. He gently smiled and said, "Even if I don't walk on the road to hell today, I'll have to walk on it in the future. However, I've made everyone wait in this world of ice and snow for such a long time. This Meng Chao Ran's heart has suffered a lot. I'm sorry." His voice was natural and his tone was brisk. It was as if he was talking to an old friend. The people of the Black Devil clan felt as if they were bathing in a spring breeze at this moment. Everyone's heart shivered for a moment. This man is facing certain death, but he's so calm. There are only 3 possibilities for someone to be calm in the face of such a terrible situation. First, he has complete strength, so he can escape. Second, he has transcended life and death. Third, this man is crazy, but this man doesn't have that kind of strength. Moreover, he behaves appropriately. He isn't crazy. That is, he has transcended life and death. He has transcended life and death. Life and death are just a form of life for him, so they don't matter. Such a person isn't scary because he doesn't have strength, but he's respectable, admirable. The 30 experts of the Black Devil clan didn't feel the pleasure of finally catching someone in the face of Meng Chao Ran when they saw his indolent and warm face. He wasn't the only one. Even his unscrupulous disciple was looking at them with a sidelong glance. It seemed as if he didn't put these 28 king-level experts and 2 emperor-level experts in his eyes. His gaze was like that of a hunting eagle looking at a group of rabbits. "Your Excellency, hand over the inner cores of spirit beasts." The emperor-level expert of the Black Devil clan revealed a trace of admiration in his eyes. He said, "You won't be able to avoid death, but I can promise you that I'll give you a quick and painless death because of your indifference." Meng Chao Ran shook his head and laughed. He slowly pulled out his long sword and softly said, "You wish to fight. In the end, it's just death, so why bother talking about whether it's satisfying or not?" He looked at the shiny sword body and sighed, but that inner core of a spirit beast, is something that I can never give. Why? The Emperor expert of the Black Devil clan got angry and asked in a somewhat surprised manner. He sensed a special meaning from the other party's words. It was as if the other party had some difficulties and was unable to hand over the core. What I'm trying to say is that no matter what, you won't be able to obtain the cores of spirit beasts. Meng Chao Ran smiled and said calmly, "Only a good head is here. Who will take it?" The pupils of the Emperor expert of the Hei Mo clan contracted. He looked at Meng Chao Ran, and a trace of murderous intention pervaded out of his body. He waved his hand and shouted, "Die!" Right at this moment, a sudden cry of surprise rang out. Pei, the leader of this team, was a middle-grade king-level expert. He turned his head and was about to issue an order to attack, but he suddenly discovered that 10 people were missing from his side. Where is he? Where did Wang Erei, Zhao Saniu, Sun Wudong, and the others go? With this shout, the Heimo's formation became somewhat disorganized. He called out, but there was no response. Suddenly, a few people leaped back. Then, several screams rang out in succession. "Emperor expert! These people are all dead." Then, a few people came out trembling. "Dead, they're really dead. Someone killed them from underground." "Bullshit!" The Emperor expert of the Hei Mo clan flew into a rage. He slapped that person's face and berated, "This is 10,000-year mysterious ice. Do you understand 10,000-year mysterious ice?" That king-level expert's body was slapped, and he spun around. He felt dizzy and cried, "It's true!" The Emperor expert of the Hei Mo clan's vision condensed. His long body swept over and examined the 10 frozen corpses. His complexion became more and more unsightly. Then he suddenly stood up and roared, "Which scoundrel has secretly plotted against us? Come out and fight me fairly if you have the guts." There was silence all around. Heavy snow was fluttering down, but there was no response. He cursed as he carefully examined the mysterious ice in front of him and behind him. He couldn't believe that someone had hidden underground to assassinate him. "This is mysterious ice. How did they hide inside? Everyone, pay attention to your feet. There is a mysterious enemy." The complexion of the Emperor expert of the Hei Mo clan became cautious. The most important thing for him at the moment was this mysterious enemy who was hiding in the dark. Meng Chao Ran and Chu Yang were already encircled, so they couldn't escape. However, this mysterious underground assassin could take people's lives as soon as he appeared. He was an Emperor expert, but he couldn't dare to say that he could preserve his life under such a strange assassination. The palms of the Emperor expert of the Hei Tang clan became sweaty as he looked at the 10 corpses. This person is a cold-blooded assassin. Moreover, he's an extremely experienced, cold-blooded assassin. He has killed 10 people, and no one on my side has discovered it. Such an assassination method is unheard of. Everyone looked at their feet as if they were facing a formidable enemy when they heard the warning. They were afraid that a sword would drill out from under their feet if they weren't careful. However, Chu Yang wasn't under the layer of ice at the moment. He had quietly come out, and he was quietly moving in the direction that he had chosen. He would be able to deal the greatest damage as long as he reached there. He would tear open an opening and escape with his master and junior martial brother. Chu Yang had already memorized the surrounding terrain by heart. The people of the Hei Mo clan were vigilant for a long time, but they didn't find anything. Tan couldn't help but laugh. "Master, look at these people. They are staring at the ground. They look like a group of dung beetles looking for dung." Meng Chao Ran solemnly said, "Don't talk nonsense." He paused and said, "Child, when will you change this bad habit of yours? Why do you always like to tell the truth?" He continued to teach. Tan, you must remember that the truth can hurt people. You can't tell the truth in this Jianghu. We all look like dung beetles when we tell lies. But you must never tell them. Do you understand? How angry would those dung beetles be if you tell them? Put yourself in their shoes. Would you be angry if someone said that you look like a dung beetle? Meng Chao Ran knew that he and his disciple had no hope of escaping in the face of such an army. Therefore, he simply let go of himself and ruthlessly ridiculed the enemies in front of him. Master, you're right. Tan submissively said, Master, I won't dare to do that in the future. I will only tell lies in the future. 30 people shot 10 vicious gazes at him at the same time. Look, the dung beetles are angry, right? Meng Chao Ran glared at his disciple. It's no wonder. There's obviously no dung here. They can't find it. So they'll naturally be angry, Tan said in a very understanding manner. Then he looked at the king-level experts and smiled foolishly. He said, What do you say, right? Take down these 2 people first. Another emperor-level expert of the Black Tower was so angry that his complexion turned purple. He roared, I will personally pull out the tongue of this talkative bastard. Kill. More than 20 people rushed forward at the same time. Come on. Meng Chao Ran's eyes flashed with a look of relief. He gently smiled. Then he pulled out his sword and launched the fleeting snow cloud movement technique at full speed. He turned into a crisscrossing sword light along with his sword. Tan wildly shouted. He suddenly pulled out his long sword and rushed out behind Meng Chao Ran. Suddenly, a strange change occurred at this moment. A swift and fierce sword light suddenly fell down like a thunderbolt from the heavens. It came from an oblique direction. It was like a meteor dragging a long tail of light, and it fiercely came from a commanding position. There was no sign of this sword light. So much so that everyone caught a glimpse of it from the corner of their eyes. However, they still felt a kind of frightening, dreamlike feeling. The master of Calamity Sword, Chu Yang, had used all of his strength to launch this fierce and unparalleled move. What harm is there in slaughtering the entire world? He attacked with all his strength. He didn't hold anything back. He launched it without making any sound. The king-level expert in the front only had enough time to scream. Chu Yang had already passed through his body. Even this king-level expert couldn't block this sword light. The sword light slashed 3 people in succession. It had already rushed into the encirclement. Then he coldly shouted, Follow me! He didn't stop at all. He crossed the distance of 70 feet and arrived in front of another king-level expert. This king-level expert was scared out of his wits. He didn't have enough time to dodge, so he could only pull out his sword to meet the attack. However, the sword of this king-level expert of the Black Devil clan turned into iron scraps as soon as his 2 swords came in contact with each other. Then his entire body was torn apart. Chu Yang had already rushed in front of the next person. Meng Chao Ran and Tan quickly reacted. They followed behind this stunning sword light and rushed out with all their strength. Chu Yang hadn't chosen the best time to launch this move. However, the location was the best. That was because the 2 emperor-level experts of the Black Devil clan were on the left and right. Chu Yang had launched this move at the moment when they could see each other. However, they would have been blocked by their subordinates' bodies if they had attacked immediately. What harm is there in slaughtering the entire world? The swiftness and fierceness of this move was unparalleled in both ancient and modern times. The lingering charm of this move was released when Meng Chao Ran and Tan rushed out after the sword light. The sword light swept across the vast sky and issued a burst of crackling sound. A sound that was almost like a muffled thunder came out. The might of this sword light was so terrifying. The sword light had been launched from the rear of the encirclement. The first person he had killed had his back facing him. The second person had already turned his body sideways. The third person had already turned his face. The fourth person had already faced him from the front. And the fifth person had turned his body sideways. There was no place. The sword light flashed like a thunderbolt and rushed out of the encirclement. It still carried the lingering power of the sword light and flew forward like lightning. Chapter 530. However, the experts of the Black Devil clan were still looking at the flickering shadow of this world-shaking sword. No one had seen what kind of person was wrapped in this sword light from beginning to end. There was complete silence. Even the two Emperor-level experts had fallen into a state of stupefaction after they had witnessed the terrifying might of the sword. It was as if they were in a nightmare. Then they came back to their senses and saw that Tan had just run out of the encirclement. The nearest king-level expert reacted the fastest. He almost subconsciously struck out with his palm. It slapped Tan's back with a bang. Suddenly, a strange cry was heard. Then a burst of green smoke rose. Tan had been hit by this king-level expert and had somersaulted twice. Then he got up as if nothing had happened and started to run wildly. Then they looked at this king-level expert, who was looking at his own hand in disbelief. Everyone looked at his hand and saw that it was steaming hot. The smell of barbecued meat was coming from his hand. Moreover, a layer of blisters had appeared on his palm. Everyone was aghast. A concentrated palm strike has blisters on his palm? This is the hand of a king-level expert. Is this bastard carrying a volcano on his back? Is it possible that magma is flowing in his body instead of blood? The two Emperor-level experts took the lead and chased after him like a light smoke. They left behind two ice-cold words: "Chase!" Their sleeves fluttered in the wind as they rushed 100 feet away. The two Emperor-level experts felt ashamed and resentful in their hearts. That was because the same thought had emerged in their minds after they had seen that sword move. I would have been done for if that sword move had been aimed at me alone. I've never seen this sword move before. It's the best sword move since ancient times. The sword light was like a soaring dragon. It took Meng Chao Ran and Tan to turn a corner. Then it finally stopped. Chu Yang fell to the ground with a puff sound. His whole body was powerless. He had used all of his strength in that sword move. He hadn't held anything back. Now, he didn't even have the strength to stand up. Chu Yang. Meng Chao Ran's eyes focused. He hadn't expected that his disciple would come to his rescue at this critical moment. "Master." Chu Yang smiled weakly. He quickly swallowed an incomplete version of the heavy pill and tried his best to restore his strength. Meng Chao Ran was startled. He had given up all hope and was ready to die. But his disciple had appeared out of nowhere and saved his life. In that instant, Meng Chao Ran's heart surged like a tidal wave as thousands of thoughts flooded his mind. However, his reaction was extremely fast. He immediately hugged Chu Yang and pulled Tan with his other hand. Then he fiercely sucked in a breath of air. His white, jade-like face instantly turned blood red. Then he spat out a mouthful of air with a puff sound. His body flew out like an arrow that had left the bow. It was 3 times faster than his usual fastest speed. Igniting the watermark of setting sail would burn his vitality. Running at top speed, it was the same method that the 2 sovereigns had used to escape from the Hayamo. Now, Meng Chao Ran was using it as well. Meng Chao Ran had always been indifferent to life and death. But now his 2 disciples were by his side. So he couldn't die. Not only could he not die, he also had to rescue his disciple, even if he had to risk his life. Meng Chao Ran's speed suddenly increased. He was carrying and dragging a person. It was as if he had the help of God. He quickly widened the distance between him and the people behind him. He turned a corner at lightning speed and disappeared. The experts of the Hey-Mo clan were enraged. They rushed over as if they had gone crazy. 40 experts. 10 of them had died unknowingly. 5 of them had been killed by a sword. Only 25 were left. How could the 2 Emperor-level experts of the Hey-Mo clan endure this? Such a thing had happened under their leadership. The eyes of the 2 Emperor-level experts had turned red. Where did this Sword King come from? An Emperor-level expert was seething with anger. This Emperor-level expert was called Qian Wantong. He also used a sword, but he didn't specialize in the sword. So he naturally understood the terror of that sword attack. That swift and fierce sword attack had been like a combination of body and mind. And the combination of mind and sword had been like a lightning bolt that had swept away everything in its path. No one except the Sword King could do that. Perhaps none of these 30 people would have survived if it had been the Sword Emperor. Therefore, it could only be the Sword King. The other Emperor-level expert, Wu Jiang, was advancing side by side with him. He coldly said, "It doesn't matter if it's the Sword King or the Saber King. He will die today. Brother Qian, you don't need to be so anxious." The 2 of them looked at each other. Then their figures accelerated at the same time. The 2 Emperor-level experts had followed Meng Chao Ran's trail. They knew that they couldn't allow this person to escape beyond a certain distance. Otherwise, this person would disappear without a trace in an instant due to his concealment technique. Meng Chao Ran's green robe moved forward with all his might. He had learned and comprehended everything he had learned in his life along the way. But he hadn't held anything back. In fact, he had displayed it for a very long time. A ball of ice and snow flew out in another direction with the tip of his foot, and it hit the snow-covered ground with puff sounds. It seemed as if someone had run past here. However, that person had already turned in another direction. He had stepped on the snow-covered ground the moment his feet had switched places. And he had created several traces while borrowing the strength of the snow-covered ground. His figure had disappeared, and the traces he had left behind were exactly the same as the other illusions he had created. This required an extremely calm and ice-cold mind. Moreover, there was a purpose behind it every time, and the direction it was aimed at had a certain effect of confusion. Moreover, there were also obstacles that obstructed one's vision. Meng Chao Ran was holding Chu Yang with one hand and pulling Tan Tan with the other. His eyes were scanning all directions at the same time, and he was making accurate judgments in a split second. Moreover, he was also trying to figure out the mind of the pursuers. He was arranging illusions to confuse them and was changing his route at any time. This kind of reaction ability could only be said to be a combination of innate talent, experience, intuition, and experience. None of them could be missing. Even the current Chu Yang couldn't compare to the things that Meng Chao Ran was doing right now. It was simply impossible. Tan Tan was in his master's arms. He looked at the crisscrossing marks that his master had set up behind them, and his eyes were wide open. I hadn't thought that my master had such a trick up his sleeve. How many life and death situations must he have experienced to have such experience and reaction? Chu Yang felt somewhat sour in his heart. How much has my master experienced? He has never spoken about it. He has always buried it in his heart. But this kind of experience can't be deceived. These things can't be figured out if one doesn't have many engraved life and death experiences. Meng Chao Ran had already widened the distance between himself and the enemy in a very short time. He finally stopped after he had turned into a mountain pass, and he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood as soon as he stopped. Chu Yang had asked him many times during this period of time, but Meng Chao Ran had pretended not to hear him. Listen. Meng Chao Ran's face had turned red. He looked at his 2 disciples with a fierce look in his eyes. Then he said in an anxious and fast voice, "This is the way out. You two go out from that side. Use the tip of your toes to make that sputtering effect. Leave this place as soon as possible. You must survive no matter what happens in the future. Remember, survive. No matter what method you use, even if your knees turn into powder, you must survive. Don't die if you can survive. This person was indifferent to life and death. He was aloof and detached from worldly affairs. But he had said these words to his beloved younger brother at this moment of parting to survive. What about you, Master? Tan anxiously asked. Me? I obviously want to survive. Meng Chao Ran coldly smiled. He stretched out his hand and pointed. I'll go from this side. We'll act separately. We'll go in two directions. Or you can lure the enemy to chase after me and protect me. Who knows? Let's go quickly. Master. Tan's eyes had turned red. He and Chu Yang knew that Meng Chao Ran had only said this to reassure them. Their master would definitely make a move as soon as the two of them left, and he would lure all the enemies away to create a chance for them to survive. Meng Chao Ran was obviously throwing away his life for the sake of his two younger brothers. Why haven't you left yet? What are you waiting for? Meng Chao Ran shouted in a low voice. Master. Chu Yang resisted the eruption of emotions in his chest with great difficulty. He said, word by word, you don't need to do this. I can deal with them. It was the ultimate move. Sword spirit possession. Chu Yang didn't want to use it. That's because it would increase his dependence on it every time he used it. Moreover, it would cause great damage to his spirit and the sword spirit's divine spirit. Chu Yang had never planned to use it in the past, even if he had to die in a bad situation. However, he was going to use this ultimate move now. He couldn't watch his master die no matter what. I'll have to use the last move if this move doesn't work. I'll use my heart's blood to destroy 10,000 tribulations. I won't hesitate, even if I have to reincarnate again. Do you have a plan? Meng Chao Ran's eyes focused as he looked at Chu Yang. Yes. Chu Yang stood up and swayed twice. He felt the medicinal efficacy of the heavy pill inside his body, surging violently. His complexion turned rosy in an instant. He had recovered his strength. Don't try to be brave. Where there's life, there's hope, Meng Chao Ran said in a low voice. His face had turned deathly pale because of this moment's delay. The price of igniting the power of the beginning of the voyage to escape was undoubtedly disastrous. Master, if this green mountain doesn't exist anymore, I won't have any face for the rest of my life, even if I manage to escape. How disloyal and unfilial would it be if I used my master's life to survive? Chu Yang said word by word. Meng Chao Ran heaved a long sigh. He knew that Chu Yang had thoroughly understood his thoughts. You were doing well in the dark. Why did you come out? Meng Chao Ran looked at Chu Yang with a look of regret. Master hasn't reunited with Master's wife yet. His life is still of great use. Chu Yang slowly said, As for the pursuers, I'll deal with them alone. Master's wife? Meng Chao Ran was startled. What do you know? Master's wife? Tan was shocked. Master has a wife. Chu Yang and Meng Chao Ran were left speechless by Tan's words in such a solemn and stirring atmosphere. Master has a wife. There's a difference in seniority between Master and Master's wife. Meng Chao Ran's face darkened. Chu Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He shook his head. He took out an incomplete version of the heavy pill and stuffed it into Meng Chao Ran's mouth. Then he fiercely looked at Tan and shouted, I'll settle this account with you after I kill these bastards. Tan clicked his tongue and rolled his eyes. I'm so scared. The sound of clothes fluttering in the air resounded. A furious voice said, Let's see where you're going to run. They saw that Chu Yang had already stood up. Then he faced upwards and let out a long and loud roar. This howl was tragic and stirring, but it suddenly changed into a bleak, desolate, lonely, and tyrannical howl halfway through the sound. It was a long and loud howl. Chapter 531. The Emperor-level expert of the Black Devil clan, Qian Wantong, was the first one to find this place. But he was so scared by this long howl that he started to shiver. Qian Wantong was still disdainful when the first half of this long howl had come out. "Motherfucker, why are you howling when your death is at hand?" But the howl suddenly changed, and endless murderous aura gushed out. Qian Wantong felt goosebumps all over his body. His hair stood on end. It seemed as if his scalp had tightened at this moment. A cold air rose from his tailbone. It went up to the top of his head and went down to the bottom of his body. He quivered as he felt a chill run down his spine. I have never heard such a sound. Even Meng Chao Ran and Tan Tan were indescribably surprised as they looked at Chu Yang in front of them. They were somewhat at a loss. Both of them clearly felt that the current Chu Yang and the previous Chu Yang weren't the same person. This feeling didn't make any sense, but it was real. Chu Yang's back was facing Meng Chao Ran and Tan Tan. He was facing Qian Wantong with his hands clasped behind his back. His eyes were cold and disdainful. His face was still the same, and his body was still the same. But an endless bleakness and vicissitudes of life was gushing out. It seemed as if this figure had been standing alone at the top of the world for tens of millions of years. The person standing here wasn't Chu Yang. Instead, it was the sword spirit who had stood at the top of the world for 10,000 years. Whoosh! 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 The people of the Black Devil clan flew over from all directions after that long howl had been issued. It seemed as if they had received a summons. 25 people had gathered here in an instant. Not a single one of them had been left behind. Chu Yang's face was expressionless. He lightly stepped forward and insipidly asked with his hands clasped behind his back, "Are these the only people?" The 25 people in front of him, including the 2 Emperor-level experts, felt a strange feeling at the same time as he spoke. "The sky has suddenly collapsed, and the earth has sunken in front of me." It seemed as if there was an invisible whirlpool that was forcing my spirit down, and there was a bottomless abyss below. They firmly closed their eyes and shook their heads. Then they opened their eyes again. However, everything was still misty in front of them. White snow was fluttering in the air. Everything was the same as before. But where did that terrifying feeling come from? "Stinky brat, you're trying to mystify us," a king-level expert angrily shouted. Qian Wantong and Wu Jiang looked at each other and saw the bewilderment in each other's eyes. Could it be that this youngster is a great expert whom we have never seen before? How could such a terrifying aura be something that could be faked so easily? Could it be that this was a trap? That's impossible. I wasn't pretending to be in such a sorry state. Qian Wantong rolled his eyes and said, "Old Third Shin, go and cripple him." He would first send someone to investigate the situation. As for whether Old Third Shin would cripple that person or if that person would cripple Old Third Shin, that was not something he could decide. For Qian Wantong, sacrificing a man's life to test the waters was something that he ought to do. In fact, it had nothing to do with him. Third Elder Shin leapt out and gracefully circled in the air. He pulled out his sword in midair and shouted, "Draw your sword! Let me teach you a lesson." Huh! Chu Yang slowly turned his head. His eyes opened wide, and a terrifying aura burst out with a loud rumble. It condensed and covered Third Elder Shin's head. Third Elder Shin had assumed a handsome and confident posture in midair. He was about to descend when he suddenly screamed. His mind had fallen into chaos. It seemed as if he had suddenly fallen into the boundless darkness of hell. His vision turned black, and he let out a pitiful scream as he fell down. However, he didn't know what had happened when he was about to descend. In fact, he was kneeling in front of Chu Yang. His entire body was trembling and his face was deathly pale. "Teach me a lesson." Chu Yang raised his head in a somewhat frustrated manner. He then muttered in an inaudible voice, "I haven't heard these words for 100,000 years. It's really fresh." It seemed as if he was standing defenseless. He was looking up, sighing and reminiscing. It seemed as if Third Elder Shin only needed to lift his hand, and his sword would pierce his throat. However, Third Elder Shin was still kneeling on the ground with his head lowered. His entire body was sweating profusely. His face was so red that it seemed as if it would bleed at any moment. But he couldn't raise his head even a little bit. Third Elder Shin had regained his consciousness by now. He was feeling endless humiliation for kneeling in front of the enemy in front of so many people. He was so ashamed that he almost wanted to commit suicide. But he was helpless. Qian Wan Tong and Wu Zhang's eyes bulged out when they saw this scene. Then they sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Who was Third Elder Shin? He was a 7th grade king, level expert. Even the two of them wouldn't have been able to take him down so easily. However, this man didn't even need to lift a finger. He had used his imposing aura to press him down to the ground. Suddenly, they looked at Chu Yang with horror in their eyes. Chu Yang was still looking up to the sky and sighing. He slowly recited, "I bid farewell to the sun and moon. I bid farewell to the mortal world for 10,000 years. I drifted at the peak. I didn't see the vicissitudes of life, nor did I see the immortals." He slightly lowered his head after he was done speaking. He sighed softly, shook his head helplessly, and said, "I really don't want to kill anyone." He stretched out his right hand's 5 fingers and gently lowered them. Then he pulled out Third Elder Shin's head from his neck with a kacha sound as if he was pulling out grass. He raised his head and sighed. He raised his hand to kill someone. He was still bemoaning the state of the universe and pitying the fate of mankind. But his hands were already ruthless and merciless. He continued his unfinished words at this time. "Unfortunately, this is my mission. I really don't want to kill anyone. Unfortunately, this is my mission." This was a complete sentence. Unfortunately, Third Elder Shin could only hear the first half of the sentence. Then his soul departed from the world. Blood gushed out from his headless neck. Chu Yang slightly sighed and said, "He's so pitiful. He died like this." Ah, decades of painstaking cultivation. It was destroyed in one day. Why bother? Qian Wan Tong and Wu Jiang felt a chill in their hearts as they saw this. Everyone, including the dead Third Elder Shin, felt relieved when Chu Yang had said, "I really don't want to kill anyone." They had heaved a sigh of relief. "You don't want to kill anyone? That's great. Who would have thought that this guy would grab his head in the blink of an eye?" It was as if a farmer had pulled out a green foxtail from his own vegetable field. It was so easy. He had killed someone with his own hands. But he still said in a very sad manner, "Decades of painstaking cultivation died like this. Fuck! Is he still a human?" Everyone felt dizzy. Then they saw Chu Yang turn his head and look at Qian Wan Tong. He insipidly said, "You're the leader? Come on. Please give me a reason to kill you." Qian Wan Tong's scalp exploded. He couldn't help but stumble back 3 steps. Then he suddenly felt dizzy. So he roared, "Everyone, let's attack him together. He's only one person no matter how strong he is. Let's work together to kill him." This order was resolute and decisive. It was overflowing with murderous intention. Everyone issued a shout and ferociously rushed forward under Wu Zhang's leadership. "Kill!" Qian Wantong cried. He swore to God that he hadn't wanted to say those words. What he really wanted to say was, "Everyone scatter!" But he didn't know why he had felt dizzy. So, he had roared out those heroic words to court death. The opposite party had asked me to give a reason a moment ago, and I've come up with this reason in the blink of an eye. This is a reason to court death. Tears streamed down Qian Wantong's face. Chu Yang burst into loud laughter along with a flow of people rushing forward. He was laughing, but that kind of loneliness that belonged to the vicissitudes of ancient times was still congealed and rippling. Then he threw the head away. His arms shook, and the jade crown on his head burst open with a bang. His black hair fluttered and soared to the sky. A biting, cold, murderous aura suddenly gushed out. It seemed as if the entire northern wilderness was shrouded in it. The complexions of Wu Jiang and the others who had rushed forward turned pale. Their eyes emitted a look of extreme fear. They couldn't help but stop their footsteps. Chu Yang slowly moved forward. His black robe suddenly turned as deep as the night. Countless sword energies shot out from his body as if they were tangible. He stretched out his right hand, and a snow-white long sword appeared in his palm with a clang sound. It issued a cheerful sword cry. Chu Yang casually waved his hand and drew out a sword flower. He then recited in a long voice, "I roam the world unhindered. What's difficult with a sword in my hand? Beheading the whole world isn't enough. Slaughtering the entire world isn't easy." Chu Yang's black-clothed silhouette floated forward as he recited these words. He looked at the experts in front of him as if they were nothing. His long hair fluttered in the wind. He slowly moved forward step by step, but he looked like a ghost in the white snow in the eyes of the others. Blood surges like 1,000 feet wave under my sword. Bones rise like a mountain under my feet. The first drop of blood hasn't even turned cold yet. Ha ha ha. I'm happy. He roared, "I'm happy." Suddenly, a sword energy was sent out across the sky. It went straight up to the horizon, and it blasted away the heavy snow in the sky with a bang. Then a ray of sunlight shone in. The sunlight was weak, but brilliant. The white snow fluttered in the northern wilderness. It fluttered in the air, and this ray of sunlight illuminated the entire place with a dreamlike and blurry color. This was the first time that the northern wilderness had seen sunlight in 10,000 years. It was a sword energy that had broken through the clouds in the sky, and it had stirred up a hole. No one had noticed that Tan Tan's eyes had suddenly emitted a red radiance behind Chu Yang's back at this moment. He had looked straight at that sword energy that had pierced through the sky, and he had become stunned. The red light flashed and disappeared. But Tan Tan had fallen down softly. He had sat on the ground and had fainted. However, the high temperature that had been burning his entire body had miraculously disappeared at this moment. It seemed as if this terrifying sword energy had stimulated something. It seemed as if it had awakened something or touched something. Suddenly, another sword energy soared into the sky from a distant place at this moment. It was surging and majestic, and it had pierced a big hole in the sky. It seemed as if an ancient demon had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Then, another ray of sunlight shone in. These two rays of light had suddenly appeared in the dusky sky. It seemed as if a sleeping giant had suddenly opened its eyes at this moment. That sword light flashed and disappeared. Chu Yang fiercely looked in that direction, and his eyes exposed a fervent look. He softly said in an almost inaudible voice, "There!" Then he slowly turned his head. He slowly raised his head and looked at the 24 people in front of him. His long hair fluttered in the wind. He faintly smiled. Come and die." Chapter 532. Qian Wan Tong, Wu Jiang, and the others felt ice cold from head to toe. They turned around and fled in all directions. Who would dare to fight a head-on battle in the face of such a monstrous genius? Only a brainless person would do such a thing. We are so unlucky. We were so close to getting the core of a spirit beast. But someone stole it. And we were so close to getting it again. But someone suddenly appeared out of nowhere, killed 15 of our people and escaped. And we were so close to getting it again. But it turned out to be a fatal trap. Run. They wanted to cry in their hearts as they fled. You are such an unprecedented expert. Why are you showing weakness to us? Motherfucker. Everyone was in high spirits. Did you have to go that far? We would have been blinded by greed if we had known that you were such an expert. We wouldn't have dared to provoke a killing god like you. You want to leave? Chu Yang raised his eyebrows. His dense aura pervaded the air. Do you think you can? He took a step forward and slashed his sword down. It seemed as if he had crossed the void with this step. He had crossed a distance of 500 feet in one step. He arrived in front of Qian Wantong and coldly looked at him. His gaze was ice cold. His sword fell down like lightning. Qian Wantong screamed in despair. He desperately propped up his emperor-level domain and used all his strength to block. However, this sword had ignored his domain and his block. It had chopped down. His sword had broken, and his body had been divided into 2 halves. His body hadn't even fallen to the ground when 2 schwa sounds were heard, and 2 king-level experts had been split into 2 halves in the air 100 feet away. Blood was dripping everywhere. The remaining people were scared out of their wits. They desperately tried to escape. Chu Yang caught up with them with large strides. He pointed his sword, and a sword energy flew out from the tip of his sword. It pierced Wu Jiang's chest 1,000 feet away and left a bowl-sized bloody hole in it. The sword energy went through Wu Jiang's chest and blasted a big hole in the mountain in front of him with a loud bang. Then Chu Yang turned around in the air and issued a sword light. The king-level expert on his left was neatly cut into 2 halves from the waist down. The upper part of his body flew up, but the lower part of his body was still madly running for several hundred feet. All the vegetation in the vicinity had been neatly cut off. The forest was destroyed. Chu Yang's body flashed the moment the sword light flew out. Then he disappeared into thin air and arrived in the south. He killed 5 king-level experts with 1 sword strike each. Then he let out a long and loud shout and soared into the sky along with his blood energy and murderous intention. He flew high up in the sky for thousands of feet. It was as if he was a crazed demon who wanted to kill everything. He chased after the remaining 7 king-level experts of the Black Devil clan in the half-cloud and half-fog. Schwa, one of the king-level leaders, fell on his back in disbelief. A faint, blood-red light appeared between his eyebrows. Then, with a bang, blood gushed out from his forehead. His body slowly separated from his body. It was like a watermelon that was cut in half from the middle. The 2 halves of his body fell to the ground. Chu Yang had already passed through the endless wilderness like a beam of flowing light and beheaded the remaining 7 people one by one. Merciless, clean, and efficient. The smell of fresh blood always makes me infatuated. Sword Spirit sighed. It's a pity that I can't stay outside for a long time. My spiritual power has been consumed a lot. Chu Yang's body flashed, and he left the place. Then he flashed again, and arrived in front of Meng Chao Ran. Then Chu Yang's body suddenly trembled and softly fell down. He clenched his teeth and fell unconscious. Meng Chao Ran was still in a state of extreme shock at this moment. He had never dreamt that his disciple could use such an earth-shattering and terrifying method. He had slaughtered 30 experts of the Black Devil clan in an instant. He had killed them all. The sword light danced like a divine dragon. Heads rolled, and blood splashed everywhere. The battle had ended in an instant. Meng Chao Ran was stunned when he saw Chu Yang flying over. He was about to greet him and ask what had happened, but he saw his good disciple fall to the ground. He was foaming at the mouth. His whole body was convulsing, and he had fainted. Meng Chao Ran turned around and saw that his other disciple, Tan Tan, was also foaming at the mouth. His whole body was convulsing, and he had fainted. Meng Chao Ran was helpless. It seems that I'm destined to be a babysitter for you two. Meng Chao Ran heaved a big sigh. First, he collected the spoils of war that were scattered all over the ground. Master Meng was a very meticulous person. He would never let go of such an opportunity. Then he stacked his two disciples together and carried them like sacks. He huffed and puffed as he carried them for a while. Then he finally found a cave. He threw the two brothers into the cave. Then he sat down to take a breather. He sat down and found that the serious injuries that he had sustained while running had been healed. Healed? Meng Chao Ran was really puzzled. How can I be healed? Immediately, he remembered that Chu Yang had stuffed a pill into his mouth before he made his move. Is it because of that pill? But how can there be such a miraculous pill in the world? Meng Chao Ran felt that his whole body was full of energy. It seemed that he could even fight an emperor-level expert. He couldn't help but be startled. The most outrageous thing was he found that he wasn't injured. Moreover, the bottleneck of the 8th grade king level expert's primary power seemed to be loosening. He tried to circulate it. Suddenly, a copious amount of power gushed out of his dantian. It flooded his meridians and then poured into his dantian. After 3 circulations like this, Meng Chao Ran was surprised to find that he had broken through to the 2nd grade king level so easily. Moreover, his primary power was still increasing. He felt uncomfortable all over his body, so he simply continued to circulate it and absorbed it all into his dantian. Meng Chao Ran's complexion was very strange when he stood up. It seemed as if he wanted to cry, and also as if he wanted to laugh. He frowned for a while, and then stared for a while. He found that he had made a breakthrough, a 1st grade emperor-level expert. Moreover, his current strength was stuck at the peak of 1st grade emperor-level expert. He could break through to 2nd grade emperor-level expert as long as an opportunity appeared. This is really dizzying. This used to be my lifelong wish. But I made a breakthrough in such a muddle-headed situation. Moreover, I shouldn't have made a breakthrough. Why did I make a breakthrough? Meng Chao Ran was shocked by this result. He couldn't breathe for a long time. Then he remembered, this is bad. Why did I put Chu Yang and Tan Tan together? I'm dizzy. Don't roast Chu Yang this time. He hurriedly ran in and separated the two. He then touched them. Chu Yang is fine? Is this eldest disciple so resistant to heat? He then touched Tan Tan again. Meng Chao Ran opened his eyes wide. Why isn't he burning? He then touched Tan Tan again. Master Meng was dumbfounded. These things happened one after another. It could be said that it was too much for the eyes to take in. Master Meng's psychological endurance was very strong, but he kept encountering such unexplainable things one after another. Moreover, they were happening so densely he was helpless. Meng Chao Ran fiercely pinched his thigh. He grimaced in pain. This isn't a dream. He couldn't help but stare blankly. A long time passed. Chu Yang groaned and weakly got up, but Meng Chao Ran was still immersed in these things and couldn't extricate himself. Master, are you okay? Chu Yang stroked his forehead. His head hurt a little. It seemed as if thousands of steel needles were pricking his head. He felt completely powerless all over his body. In fact, he felt as if his joints were breaking. It was a kind of weak feeling that came from his soul. The effects of the sword spirit entering his body had left Chu Yang with a strong, lingering fear. Chu Yang didn't want to experience this kind of uncomfortable feeling a second time, even though he had a tenacious mind. The sword spirit in his mind was also in a weak state. It had already entered the array of the mysterious Yin Jade and the mysterious Yang Jade, and was recovering with all its might. Even though he had recovered quite a bit during this period of time, the exhaustion this time was not small. Chu Yang. Meng Chao Ran's voice was very heavy. You seem to have too many secrets. Yes, master. Chu Yang chuckled. Well, you don't need to tell me since it's a secret. Meng Chao Ran warned. It's best if you don't tell anyone. Let it rot in your heart. He sighed and said, Such a secret is too powerful. I'm afraid. His face exposed a deeply worried expression as he solemnly looked at his proud younger brother. There are countless powerhouses in this world. The so-called king-level experts and emperor-level experts are nothing more than fleeting clouds. It's not impossible for even more powerful existences to exist. No one will be able to protect you in case something happens. Yi Xuan sighed and said, You don't know how many powerhouses there are in this world. Meng Chao Ran looked deeply into Chu Yang's eyes. Do you understand? I understand. Chu Yang replied seriously. He had already understood Meng Chao Ran's character, but he still admired Meng Chao Ran for being able to restrain himself from asking after experiencing so many things today. Someone as strong as Duke, you still wanted to ask. But Meng Chao Ran didn't want to ask no matter what. He would rather let his brother rot the secret. He would rather not know it for the rest of his life. He would rather keep it a secret for the rest of his life. Master, I didn't realize that your willpower was so strong in the past, Chu Yang said from the bottom of his heart. Everyone has their own family, parents, wives, and children. You and I are master and disciple. Our relationship is like that of a father and a son. Naturally, we can talk about anything. But if I meet someone, I can't keep a secret. Everyone has someone like me who can't keep a secret from them. So, once a secret enters the ears of a second person, it will no longer be a secret. Meng Chao Ran said, So, I don't want to listen even though you want to tell me. Yes, master. Chu Yang replied respectfully. Then he asked, Master, there's one thing that I don't understand. Meng Chao Ran asked, What is it? Chu Yang pondered for a moment and said, Master's willpower can't be said to be the best in the world. But I haven't found anyone else who can compare with you. So Master's cultivation should be but what? He paused. Meng Chao Ran chuckled and said, It's very simple because something happened to me in the past. Someone hit me with the Melting Meridian's hand because of your master's wife. Melting Meridian's hand? Chu Yang's entire body shook. His eyes revealed a sharp splendor. Is this the unique martial art of the #1 ruling clan of the Heavenly Layer? So, it's the Melting Meridian's hand of 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 the Melting Meridian's hand? Chapter 533. The Transforming Meridian's hand was the most powerful weapon of the Yi clan. A person would be finished as long as they were hit by this palm. This martial art wasn't fatal, but it was more vicious than any other martial art that could kill a person. Because after using this martial art, the meridians of the entire body would disappear within 3 days no matter what level of cultivation one had. How would one's spiritual power circulate without meridians? As time passed, the person who was hit by the Transforming Meridian's hand would gradually become a living dead who couldn't even move a finger. But his mind would still be very clear. In fact, it could even be said that if one's eyes were open after 3 days of being hit by the Transforming Meridian's hand, they wouldn't even be able to close their eyes. This was the real horror. Especially for an expert, it was worse than death. Yes. Meng Chao Ran smiled faintly, a trace of deep pain flashing past between his brows, as if his spirit had spasmed at this moment. He said, "Your master's wife, in order to save me, agreed to return to the clan in exchange for my life. But 2.5 days had already passed, so my meridians had already become rigid even after I had taken the antidote." Meng Chao Ran stared blankly for a moment. Then he exhaled and said, "So I could only stay in the Beyond the Heavens sect for the time being. I was at death's door. So that's how it is." Chu Yang's eyes turned cold as he slowly said. Even he himself did not feel the chill in his words. Just how deep was the chill in his words? Yi Clan! Yi Clan! However, since last year, there have been 2 accidents. These 2 accidents have given me a little hope. Meng Chao Ran looked at Chu Yang warmly. "And one of these accidents came from you, and the other one came from Tan Tan." "2 accidents came from me, and Tan Tan." Chu Yang was puzzled. What accident? Yes, the first accident came from Tan Tan's divine chi-gathering fish. Meng Chao Ran sighed and said, "I accidentally discovered that the divine chi-gathering fish grew very fast under Tan Tan's care. Moreover, the divine chi-gathering fish didn't have to be restrained by the transforming meridian's hand to absorb the spiritual power of the heaven and earth. So I could continue to improve my cultivation. Moreover, the spiritual power was exceptionally fast and condensed. Therefore, I was able to cultivate to the 8th grade of king level in a little more than a year." "I see. This must be the effect of the divine chi-gathering fish." There was one more time. "It was today." Meng Chao Ran said, "It came from the pill you gave me. After I took it, I found that my injuries were all healed." Then he rushed into the 1st grade emperor level in one fell swoop. Meng Chao Ran chuckled. "This is a miracle." Miracle. Chu Yang was dumbstruck. He was immediately stunned. The pill he took out earlier was clearly an incomplete version of the heavy pill. It was only effective for healing injuries. How could Meng Chao Ran use it to increase his cultivation? What was going on? Could it be that he had taken the wrong one? That was impossible, because Mo Qinggu had already consumed the last complete heavy pill. Right now, Chu Yang didn't have a complete heavy pill in his hands. What was going on? Chu Yang was at a loss. The sword spirit was regulating his breathing at the moment. So, Chu Yang had no one to ask. So he had no choice but to suppress this matter in his heart. He secretly made a decision in his heart. When the sword spirit wakes up, I must make a complete heavy pill to completely heal Master and increase his strength. While he was at it, he could also ask about this incomplete heavy pill. Is Master's wife in the Yi clan now? Chu Yang asked cautiously. Meng Chao Ran's eyes dimmed as he said, "Yes." Then he stopped talking about this matter. Chu Yang had no choice but to remain silent. He could see that there were too many stories behind this. But if Meng Chao Ran didn't want to talk about it, he naturally couldn't ask. This was the heartache of Master's life. Meng Chao Ran was silent for a while. His eyes, unconsciously, looked at the fluttering, white snow outside the cave. He softly murmured, "Wind and rain cannot wash away the scars of the heart. The vicissitudes of life cannot extinguish the wounds of love. Don't speak lightly of the ancient times. Only when we are separated can we see the desolation. Chang, ye mountain pledge of eternal love. I would rather ask for an everlasting spring dream in this life, watching Jun Qinggu soar. Our souls sail together." Alas! Suddenly he sighed deeply. His eyes dimmed, and he didn't speak any more. After a long time, he stood up bleakly and walked out. He stood motionless in the snow. He looked up at the sky and gazed silently. It was as if he could see his lover in the upper 3 heavens from this snowy sky. He looked so attentively and attentively. He stood like this for a long time. Then he sighed deeply in his heart. He said silently in his heart, "This poem was written by Chu Chu. Chu Chin, are you okay?" Thinking of this name, Meng Chaoran suddenly felt as if his heart had been torn into two bloody halves in an instant. He bent over in pain and curled up in the snow. He suddenly felt such heartache that he couldn't breathe. Only his heart was burning. In fact, it was getting more and more scorching hot. In fact, it seemed as if it was going to burn his soul. "Choo choo, choo choo, choo choo." Meng Chao Ran repeatedly murmured in his heart. He wouldn't feel like he was in the mortal world if he didn't call this name. However, his heart would be fiercely cut open every time he called it. "Choo choo, what should I do? You promised me that our souls sail together, but it's so difficult for me. Even dying together has become an extravagant hope." He finally closed his eyes slowly. 2 drops of tears fell from the corners of this man's eyes. He wouldn't change even in the face of death. They slowly seeped out. The pain of love is like this. Who could understand Meng Chao Ran's heartache at this moment if they hadn't experienced the despair of love? Chu Yang silently sat in the cave and kept watch over Tan Tan. He didn't turn his head to look outside. He knew that Meng Chao Ran didn't want anyone to see him at this moment. He could understand Meng Chao Ran's despair. Is this how I felt after Mo Ching Wu's death in my previous life? A heart full of deep love, but no place to express it. Can it only turn into torment for myself? Of course, it's one of the greatest tragedies in the world. But isn't it also the greatest tragedy in life that you can't express your love in your heart? How many people in the world can accompany the person whom they truly love from the very beginning? Then, what about the people who love each other? They can only bury it deep in their hearts. Eventually, it will become a lifetime of painful memories. It will become a lifetime of mental torture. Chu Yang was somewhat dazed. He recalled a sentence that a philosopher had once said, "The heavens make fools of people." The most speechless thing is that every man who gets drunk unconsciously murmurs the name of his last wife. The deepest pain in a woman's heart isn't her husband, but they can only involuntarily call out that name in the middle of the night or when they lose control of their minds. Who can say that they are unfaithful? But who has ever experienced this kind of pain? Who has ever felt this kind of helplessness? Who has ever felt this kind of bitterness? Author's note: this is purely what Fengling was thinking in his heart at this moment. Maybe it's a little partial. Chu Yang sighed sadly. Master is in his prime. That Yi Chu Chin is also in her prime. Why can't they be together? Can't I help Master fulfill his wish? Chu Yang was silent. He silently made this decision in his heart. 3 days passed. Chu Yang had already fully recovered, but Tan Tan was still unconscious. Both Meng Chao Ran and Chu Yang were extremely worried, because Tan Tan's unconsciousness this time was really very unusual. In the first 2 days, he was only unconscious, but from the 3rd day onwards, his body became hot and cold. When it was cold, it could freeze and crack all the stones in the cave. When it was hot, even Chu Yang couldn't stand it when he was beside Tan Tan Tan. This kind of strange phenomenon was something that both master and disciple had never seen before. They had never even heard of it. Who would have thought that a person's body temperature could change like this? When it was cold, it could freeze and crack the stones. When it was hot, it could melt the stones. Fuck, what the hell is this? Master, does Tan Tan do this often? Chu Yang finally couldn't help but ask, "What's going on?" He even stuffed an incomplete version of the heavy core into his mouth, but he still spat it out. Doesn't this thing turn into spirit energy as soon as it enters his mouth? Never. Meng Chao Ran's face was heavy. He looked at the unconscious Tan Tan and said anxiously, "What's going on?" Chu Yang was depressed. He ate the inner core of a spirit beast. Meng Chao Ran heaved a long sigh, then his whole body became hot, so hot that my hands started to blister. But he didn't get cold. Meng Chao Ran frowned. He ate the inner core of a spirit beast. Chu Yang was gobsmacked. Then he opened his eyes wide. This guy swallowed the inner core of a spirit beast alive. But he didn't explode. He swallowed it whole. Meng Chao Ran was somewhat speechless as he added. Chu Yang opened his mouth wide. The inner core of a spirit beast is at least as big as a fist. The biggest one is even as big as a watermelon. He swallowed it whole. How did he swallow it? Like this. Meng Chao Ran forced a smile and gestured at his neck. Here bulged and then slowly fell down. Ha ha ha. Chu Yang was very worried, but he was also very amused by his master's action. 2 days passed. Tan Tan finally woke up. The sword spirit had already recovered in the past few days, but he kept urging Chu Yang to look for that wisp of remnant organ. He was 100% sure that the wisp of sword energy that had been emitted from afar when he had released the sword energy and triggered the strange phenomenon in the world, and that wisp of sword energy had reacted to that wisp of remnant organ. But Chu Yang wasn't moved. You want to leave before the matter here is settled? No way. Even if it's a big matter, you must put it down for me. Tan finally woke up on this day. Chu Yang nodded sleepily, but Tan suddenly turned over and sat up. He let out a long sigh. Oh my God, my whole body hurts from sleeping. Tan, you're awake? Chu Yang was pleasantly surprised as he turned his head. Chapter 534. Meng Chao Ran turned his head away as he couldn't bear to look. Chu Yang scratched his head and asked curiously, Why are you so shocked? Stop talking nonsense. Look at me. Am I handsome now? Tan said in shock. Handsome. Chu Yang said with certainty. I've always thought that Tan is the most handsome man in the world. The most handsome man. Tan was satisfied. He was overjoyed. So he started to laugh. His face had been barely visible when he had been shocked, but it had once again turned into a tragic sight. He beamed with joy as he said, More handsome than you, right? Of course. Chu Yang sighed deeply and said, You're much more handsome than me. Ah ha ha ha. Tan laughed complacently and said, Chu Yang, you're the best. Every time I ask Master this question, he won't give me a direct answer. Meng Chao Ran looked at the two clowns in front of him and sighed helplessly. I understand. I completely understand. I understand where Tan's character comes from. It's because Chu Yang has spoiled him. Meng Chao Ran felt even more wronged as he looked at Tan's satisfied and happy appearance. So, this guy only needs one affirmation to be honest. But why didn't I think of that? But I can't go against my conscience and say that he's handsome. I'll feel guilty if I say it. Tan smiled proudly. Then he suddenly exclaimed, Why don't I have a fever? Then he grabbed Chu Yang's hand and asked repeatedly, Is it hot? Is it hot? Chu Yang smiled, It's not hot. Ah ha ha. Tan jumped up and down. Don't burn it. There won't be a problem in the bridal chamber. I've been worried that I'll cook the bride if I continue to burn it during the bridal chamber. Ha ha ha. I won't burn it. I don't need to make cold ice armor. A black line condensed on Meng Chao Ran's forehead. He shouted, Stop! Tan kept quiet out of fear. Chu Yang carefully sized up Tan. He suddenly realized that this junior apprentice brother was somewhat different. His face was still the same, but the tips of his eyebrows were faintly golden. In the middle of his forehead, there was a small triangle that looked like a fragment. It was only the size of a soybean. At first glance, it looked like a small scar. His chest seemed to have changed as well, but only a little could be seen. "Take off your clothes," Chuyang said. "What are you doing?" Tan grabbed his lapel in alarm. He was somewhat shivering. "What do you want to do?" Meng Chao Ran had also discovered Tan's abnormality. So he shouted, "Take off your clothes!" Tan was aggrieved. He looked at his master and senior martial brother in despair. His eyes slowly exposed a tragic expression. Then he lowered his head. His lips trembled as he said, I will sacrifice myself this time." "All right." Then, with a swish, he took off his clothes. Tan's movements were extremely fast. He had closed his eyes. But he had taken off his clothes in a matter of seconds. In fact, he was completely naked. He was openly displayed in front of the two men, as if he was a newborn baby. His eyelashes were still trembling, even though his eyes were closed. "You have to be quick and gentle. Boo-hoo, this is the first time I have done such a thing." Meng Chao Ran's face suddenly turned purple. Chuyang was also dumbfounded. He looked at the dangling thing under someone's crotch, and couldn't help but want to retch. "Put on your pants. Who told you to take off your clothes? Evil creature. You evil creature." Meng Chao Ran's face turned black as he loudly cursed. Chuyang had never seen his master get angry, so he was stunned. He felt as if the world had been turned upside down. Isn't master always indifferent, aloof, and carefree? Since when did he speak in such a loud voice? Tan was also startled. He opened his eyes and looked as if he was about to cry. He lifted his pants to his waist and cautiously asked, You don't want to your head." Meng Chao Ran was so angry that he couldn't vent his anger. So he ruthlessly knocked on Tan's head. "So it wasn't you. You scared me to death." Tan felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. He quickly put on his pants and said in a somewhat embarrassed manner, "I thought that you two couldn't hold it in after not venting for so long. Puff!" Meng Chao Ran and Chuyang simultaneously kicked Tan. Tan screamed as he was sent flying. He was stuck on the wall of the cave with his arms and legs spread out. "Don't move." Chuyang and Meng Chao Ran rushed forward. Both of them had just discovered that there seemed to be a flash of light on Tan's chest. They couldn't help but be startled, so they moved closer. They saw that there was a triangular-shaped, damaged thing on Tan's chest. This piece was faintly emitting a golden light. Chuyang touched it with his hand. He felt that it wasn't human flesh. It was very hard. He couldn't help but say, "Master, you touch it." Meng Chao Ran also touched it. He was puzzled as he said, "It's strange." Both of them were very familiar with Tan's body. They knew that there wasn't such a thing before. So, why did it suddenly appear now? Tan was stuck on the wall with his arms and legs spread out. He saw that Chuyang and his master had come over. They were looking at him without taking their eyes off him. They were touching his body again and again. He couldn't help but feel numb and cold all over his body. His chrysanthemum tightened. He desperately screamed, "Help! I'm being raped." The three of them were walking in the heavy snow. Meng Chao Ran was in the front. Chuyang was in the second place. Tan had been beaten up like a bag. This guy had called out rape. So his master and senior martial brothers had mercilessly ganged up on him. He had almost been beaten to death. Chuyang and Meng Chao Ran were also somewhat depressed. Tan's physique seems to have changed. The two of them had beaten him for a while, but they had discovered that this guy didn't feel any pain. So they had increased their strength. However, they had already used 70 to 80% of their strength. But Tan was still fine. His body was covered in bruises. It was a tragic sight. However, his bones and internal organs weren't damaged at all. The two of them were panting after they had finished. They looked at Tan Tan with indescribable amazement. How did this bastard turn into a person who can't be killed? The three of them set out after Tan Tan had put on his clothes. Chu Yang and Meng Chao Ran didn't notice it. Tan Tan himself didn't notice it either. Half of the triangular tattoo on his forehead was faintly flashing. The tip of his eyebrows was also flashing. The part of his chest that was covered by his clothes was flashing under his clothes. Then the bruises on Tan Tan's body slowly disappeared. They slowly turned into nothingness. He was still screaming in pain after they had walked for more than 10 miles. However, there wasn't even a single scar on his body. Chu Yang and Meng Chao Ran clicked their tongues in amazement after they had discovered this. Chu Yang suddenly had a feeling as he looked at Tan Tan's narcissistic and lazy face. This junior martial brother of mine doesn't seem to be an ordinary person. Sword Spirit was also called out by Chu Yang, but he also didn't know anything. I've never seen such a physique. I've never seen such an ugly person. Chu Yang had no choice but to give up. He had given up the idea of investigating Tan Tan. During this period of time, the Sword Spirit was also very sullen. After his spiritual power recovered, he immediately asked to go in the direction where the sword light came from. But he was coerced by Chu Yang to refine a complete version of the heavy pill. So he had no choice but to pinch his nose and accept it. Sword Spirit had scoffed at the fact that the incomplete version of the heavy pill could enhance Meng Chao Ran's martial power. You still don't understand? Your master's meridians have been frozen forever after he had practiced the melting meridian's hand. But he has never given up in the past 10 years. He has been practicing the melting meridian's hand technique. So his body contains too much spirit energy of the world. But his meridians can't accommodate it. So it doesn't turn into spiritual power. Moreover, he has been practicing the melting meridian's hand technique with the help of the divine chi-gathering fish. So this phenomenon has become more and more obvious. The incomplete version of the heavy pill has not only healed his injuries, it has also impacted the effect of the melting meridian's hand, and a part of it has already been opened. It's a healing process and not an increase in spiritual power. But how can his spiritual power not rush in after his meridians have been opened after 10 years of confinement? So, what's so surprising about such an improvement? Sword Spirit concluded with a sentence to retaliate against Chu Yang's threat. You're a typical countryman. You haven't seen much of the world. So, it's not surprising that you don't know about such things. Fuck. Chu Yang rubbed his nose. He forced a smile and endured it. He walked for 2 days. Finally, he saw an icy peak in front of him in the hazy snow and fog. That peak pierced the blue sky. Sword Spirit became excited. This is it. Chu Yang's spirit was lifted. He rushed forward. Suddenly, be careful. Sword Spirit reminded him in his mind. Then he heard an angry roar from afar in front of him, and the entire space seemed to tremble. It's a great spirit beast. Sword Spirit said. His voice hadn't faded when he saw a red light soaring to the sky in front of him. Then, several screams came from afar. A red shadow suddenly flew out from a distant place. It's a great spirit beast, fire, thunder, tiger. Sword Spirit warned, don't provoke it. This guy is clearly angry. Chu Yang, Meng Chao Ran, and Tan Tan greeted them. Then, the three of them found a corner to hide. They had barely hidden when they saw a huge fiery red silhouette rush out from 1,000 feet away. It was madly rushing out from a height of more than 100 feet. So bold and powerful, Meng Chao Ran praised. His voice hadn't faded when a silhouette suddenly flew up from a place not far from him. It rumbled like thunder. The man and his sword transformed into a white light and rushed head-on towards the fire, thunder, tiger. Emperor-level expert. The master and his disciples were shocked. They were extremely puzzled. Even an emperor-level expert wouldn't be a match for a fire-thunder tiger. Why is he overconfident enough to intercept this enraged fire-thunder tiger? Moreover, he's alone. Is he simply throwing away his life? Then the master and disciple were shocked. This emperor-level expert has fused his entire body's essence, energy, spirit, and even his soul into this sword. Moreover, he's using the method of burning his life. Why is he doing this? Has he been enjoying too much glory, splendor, and wealth? Why did he come to this northern wilderness to throw away his life? The two silhouettes, one big and one small, collided in midair. That emperor-level expert screamed loudly. His body fiercely flew backwards for hundreds of feet. Then it got torn apart and turned into flesh and blood that filled the sky. Chu Yang stared blankly. He shivered. Crap. Did he really throw away his life? Tantan opened his eyes wide and sighed. This man's way of killing himself is very unique. Moreover, it's very coquettish. Meng Chao shouted, "Shut up!" I received a call in the evening. I had something to do today, so I had to work overtime for a while. I will go and watch a concert after I finish updating. Well, a friend's daughter is holding a concert here today, so I must go and support her. It said that this is the first time I've heard concert. Chapter 535. The fire-thunder tiger roared furiously. A bloody wound was fiercely pierced on its body. A large amount of blood was dripping down. It roared furiously. It seemed that it was very dissatisfied that it had been injured by an ant that was far inferior to itself. It patrolled around, but didn't find anything. Then it resentfully turned into a red light and disappeared without a trace. No one had noticed that the strange mark on Tan's forehead had strangely lit up when that spirit beast had appeared. But it had dimmed down after the spirit beast had disappeared. A few figures quickly flew out from the place where that emperor-level expert had leaped out. They collected the blood of the fire-thunder tiger with their fastest speed. They didn't miss a single drop. They collected 2 big bottles in total. Everyone had a kind of suppressed joy in their hearts. Chu Yang suddenly realized something. So that's how it is. Those aristocratic clans are collecting the blood essence of spirit beasts. He couldn't help but feel a little sad. These aristocratic clans want to collect the blood essence of spirit beasts. Perhaps this is the only way. An expert sacrificed himself in exchange for a wound on the body of a spirit beast. And everyone doesn't make a move. They wait until the spirit beast has left. Then they come out to collect the blood essence. They only need to sacrifice one person to get it. Immortals! How helpless can they be? A thin figure silently flew out. He took off his clothes and spread them on the snowy ground. He picked up the scattered bones and flesh of that emperor-level expert and put them into his clothes. He silently did these things. His face was filled with suppressed sadness. Ao Xiayin. So it's the Ao clan's people. Chu Yang recalled that he had seen the Ao clan's people lying in ambush like this some time ago. So the Ao clan has been planning this all along. Chu Yang suddenly had an indescribable feeling in his heart when he saw Ao Xiayin silently picking up the corpse of that fallen emperor-level expert. This Duke Xia still has a bit of conscience. It's not easy to do this, even if it's pretentious. The Ao clan's people had finished collecting the scattered blood essence of spirit beasts. Then everyone knelt on the ground under Ao Xiayan's leadership. They silently kowtowed to the corpse that was wrapped in clothes. Then they stood up. Return immediately. Be careful of the black devil. Ao Sieyun said in a deep voice. The experts of the Ao clan agreed at the same time. They quietly left. Ao Sieyun walked at the back. His face was cold. Tears could be seen faintly. He took a few steps and looked back, but finally he was almost out of sight. He suddenly turned around, turned over, and knelt down. Then he kowtowed 3 times in the direction where that emperor-level expert had fallen. His body was bent over the ground, and he didn't make any sound. In the distance, the experts of the Ao clan were quietly waiting for their young master, and they didn't say a word. Finally, Ao Sieyun stood up. He let out a long whistle and left without looking back. The group of people silently disappeared in the wind and snow and disappeared from this world. This is what an aristocratic family is like. This is the foundation of a great family. Meng Chao ran side. Chu Yang was silent for a long time. Then he finally said, "Yes, this is an aristocratic family. This is a true aristocratic family. If an aristocratic family wants to rise, it must go through the joint efforts of several generations. Only then would it slowly form a thing called foundation." The foundation didn't necessarily depend on how many experts the clan had. Instead, it was a concept, a belief. A clan with a solid foundation would give its clansmen a sense of identity, belonging, and glory. With this feeling, they would feel that they should do anything for the clan, and they would do it willingly, just like the emperor-level expert of the Ao clan who had sacrificed himself today. Such a clan was worthy of being called an aristocratic family. So, a clan that had someone commit suicide can be called an aristocratic family. Tan seemed to understand something as he listened, but he still didn't understand. Chu Yang and Meng Chao were stunned. The 3 of them finally arrived in front of this icy peak. They looked up and sucked in a mouthful of cold air. High, steep. Just by looking at it, all the descriptive terms automatically popped up in everyone's mind. This entire mountain peak is like a sword. Tan shook his head and stuck out his tongue. Who can use such a big sword? Chu Yang's heart moved. He turned his head and looked at him. The sword spirit in Chu Yang's mind space was also somewhat shocked. There should have been a fight here. Otherwise, that fire thunder tiger wouldn't have run out. Why is it so quiet now? Meng Chao was concerned about this matter. He had 2 younger brothers with him, so he had no choice but to be cautious. Master Meng would get nervous if there was even the slightest movement. It didn't matter how high the cultivation of his younger brothers was. In Meng Chao Ran's heart, they would always be children who needed his protection as long as he was by their side. He had the responsibility to protect them. The fire thunder tiger ran away. So, those people naturally wouldn't stay here. Chu Yang said, "Master, there aren't many people in the upper 3 heavens who can make a fire thunder tiger run away. Moreover, I know that the only people who can do this are Duke Yu and Jun Shizhu. They have already gone into closed-door training. Therefore, the people who forced the fire thunder tiger to come out must be experts of the upper 3 heavens. And their appearance here is in violation of the rules of the heavenly layer. Therefore, they won't foolishly wait here. They won't be able to escape in time. It would have been a big deal if they had been discovered by the law enforcers of the heavenly layer." Chu Yang explained tactfully. "Well, it's good that there's no ambush." Meng Chao nodded. "Are you sure you want to go in alone?" Yang pursed her lips. "All right, you go. Tan, and I will wait for you there." Meng Chao pointed at a cave not far away. All right. Tan was somewhat anxious when he saw Chu Yang turn around and leave. He stuck his head out and asked, "Master, why didn't you let me go with you?" "Why would you go with me?" Meng Chao looked at Chu Yang's gradually disappearing silhouette and said, "Tan, there's one thing you must remember. Everyone in this world has one or several secrets that they don't want others to know. And you shouldn't pry into this secret as long as this person doesn't harm you. That's because your prying will only harm others, and you'll lose even more. A person's curiosity is endless. It's just like a person's desire. Therefore, you must control it. Meng Chao Ran deeply said, "We live in Jianghu. So, we must remember this point even more. An ordinary person may suffer a blow because of their curiosity, but a person of Jianghu may lose his life because of his curiosity." "Yes, master." Tan drooped his head. Meng Chao Ran nodded and smiled. Chu Yang naturally wouldn't harm Tan, but Meng Chao Ran wanted to give his disciple a precaution first. He wanted to avoid suffering a big loss because of this in the future. I can't protect them forever, so they have to walk their own path. The closer they got to the mountain peak, the more excited the sword spirit became. "It's here! It's here!" The sword spirit muttered in a neurotic manner. His whole body trembled as he moved. "Where do we go in?" Chu Yang was also a little excited. "Go forward. Go down." The sword spirit instructed in his mind. "Go in by force from here." The sword spirit impatiently shouted when they were halfway up the mountain. "Go in from here. Then, use the calamity sword to dive down. It's at the bottom of this mountain." The sword spirit became excited. "Okay." Chu Yang pulled out his long sword. The calamity sword quickly attached itself to the sword under his control. Then it plunged down. How much longer? It didn't take long for Chu Yang to go deep into the ground. He felt that the cold energy around him was getting heavier and heavier. So he asked. He couldn't help but ask because the calamity sword was slacking off a little. The calamity sword felt that this excavation wasn't beneficial to it, so it was somewhat dissatisfied. The efficiency was greatly reduced. It was only after Chu Yang promised countless treasures that the calamity sword could continue working. During this process, the sword spirit was a little embarrassed. He lowered his head and didn't say a word. "Sai, I've caused the sword master to be chased for dead again. We still have to go down a few thousand feet." The sword spirit sensed for a moment and said excitedly, "I can feel that the remnants of the sword spirit are also excited and looking forward to it. A few thousand feet!" Chu Yang was shocked. He had already dived down nearly 10,000 feet. Yet, he still hadn't reached the bottom. Could it be that he had to dig through the ground? It's only a few thousand feet. How can it be possible to dig through the ground? The sword spirit said honestly. Chu Yang rolled his eyes and continued to do the hard work. After going down another 3,000 feet, he finally dug through the solid ice ground. Soil actually began to appear below. There's also soil in the far north wilderness. Chu Yang was surprised. "Which part of this land doesn't have soil?" the sword spirit said somewhat disdainfully. But when he dug here, the calamity sword also became very excited. It was completely different from the previous lackadaisical and lifeless state of idleness. It dug happily. "What's wrong?" Chu Yang was a little puzzled. The calamity sword's sword tip, sword edge, and sword blade danced and trembled together. They were extremely happy. The sword spirit finally raised his eyebrows and said, "They feel that there's something good. Other than this, what else can make this bunch of greedy murderers so excited? They didn't even think about it. How can a sword land in an ordinary place? They're really ignorant." Chu Yang was stunned, looking at the reactions of the sword spirit and the calamity sword. Could it be that this time they would actually find some incredible treasure? Chu Yang's heart suddenly became very excited. To be able to make the calamity sword move like this, could it be one of the great miraculous medicines? Thinking of this, he continued to dig without stopping. Under the crazy digging of the calamity sword, The distance of 3,000 feet was dug through in a short period of time. Below, after removing a layer of stone slab, there was actually a large and dry space. A sword light danced in the space like a divine dragon. It was out of this world. Chu Yang entered through it. The sword light that was swimming in the space suddenly stopped. Then it emitted a rainbow-colored light. It slowly condensed and rippled a few times. It turned into an illusory figure in a white sword robe. Its facial features slowly emerged. Chu Yang suddenly realized that it looked almost the same as the sword spirit in his mind. At this moment, this figure was examining Chu Yang with sword-like eyes. Then it asked, "This is the Calamity Sword Master of this life." Chapter 536. Yes, a voice came from Chu Yang's body. It was the sword spirit's voice. It sounded a little surprised. "This is the Calamity Sword Master of this generation. You are just a remnant soul. How can you have your own consciousness? Too weak." The remnant soul looked at Chu Yang disdainfully. It ignored the sword spirit's question. How could it look down on the original body? The sword spirit was silent. Apparently, he felt that something was wrong. Chu Yang could feel the anger on the sword spirit's face. It seemed that the sword spirit was extremely angry. Which generation's Calamity Sword Master is this? The sword spirit asked arrogantly. Its attitude was very arrogant. Chu Yang looked at the sword spirit with interest. He felt that this guy had quite a character. The sword spirit said coldly, "Don't you know how many years you have been here?" The sword spirit sneered. "I followed the first Calamity Sword Master, but I didn't follow the second one. I followed the third one. I didn't follow the fourth one. I followed the fifth one. But after the fifth one, I was here. Who the fuck knows which generation this is? This is the first Calamity Sword Master." The sword spirit said deeply, "It is also our chance." "What chance?" The sword spirit sneered. "I felt that the original body was here. I was still very excited. But this Calamity Sword Master is so weak. I am really disappointed." "Don't be presumptuous," the sword spirit shouted. "If you don't return to your position, what are you waiting for?" "Return to my position?" The sword spirit hesitated and sighed. "Let me stay here. I really can't see any hope if I go out with him." Chu Yang's body shook fiercely. The sword spirit had escaped from the space. A black shadow flashed out from the surface of Chu Yang's body and grabbed the sword spirit. "Come here!" The illusory shadow flashed and turned into a sword light again. The sword spirit said, "Don't force me." The sword spirit was furious and said, "You are a remnant soul of mine. Why do you want to fight with the original body now? I also want to roam the world with you. But this Calamity Sword Master is too weak. I also want to roam the world with you. But this Calamity Sword Master is too weak. I want to be with you too." The incomplete sword soul recited in a poetic manner. Then it said solemnly, "Therefore, I think that it would be better for you to stay here. You and I can become one. With me as the master, we can dominate the heavens. You still want to be independent? You want to lure me here and devour me? You're still thinking about the sword spirit of the great success stage." The sword spirit was unable to restrain his anger and pounced over. With a shake of his body in midair, he transformed into a hazy sword gleam. The two sword lights clashed fiercely. Chu Yang sighed. He felt speechless. After going through so much trouble to come down here, he actually caused such a thing. It turned out that this guy wanted to devour the sword spirit instead. With a chong sound, the sword tip of the tribulation sword appeared in his dantian, flickering with light. The sword's edge suddenly rose and appeared on Chu Yang's forehead. It was glistening with light. The sword blade flew up and stuck to Chu Yang's chest. A ferocious and majestic force surged out. The upper and lower parts of the sword seemed to form a line. A monstrous, murderous aura swarmed out and protected Chu Yang's entire body. The two sword lights chased each other in that space. It couldn't be seen clearly which one had the upper hand. Rays of light flashed chaotically in the entire space. It seemed as if countless stars had suddenly gathered in this narrow space and were flickering crazily. With a loud clang sound, the black sword spirit drifted backwards. That white sword light staggered and tumbled backwards. It seemed that the sword spirit's main body was more skillful after all. That white sword light staggered backwards. The sword light had somewhat dimmed. Suddenly, he flipped over and darted into a corner of the space like a bolt of lightning. Unexpectedly, there was a chi sound and water splashed out. Then the white sword light rushed out and laughed. "Main body, you should obey me. You can't defeat me here." The sword spirit's eyes widened. He said in shock, "Soul-quenching spring? No wonder you deliberately lure me here. It turns out that there's a soul-quenching spring here." He gnashed his teeth as he spoke the last few words. "I can recover immediately every time I get injured with the soul-quenching spring here, but you can't." The incomplete sword spirit proudly smiled. "And this spring is behind me. I've placed a restriction on it, so you don't have a chance to touch it. And nothing can touch this soul-quenching spring except for the soul." The incomplete sword spirit suddenly issued a cruel sword cry and said, "You're consuming your energy at all times, and I can always maintain my peak condition. So, what can you do even if you're stronger than me? Do you have any chance of winning?" The sword light, transformed by the sword spirit, scattered. It had obviously hit a sore spot. Chu Yang's mind moved. He thought, "What is this soul-quenching spring? Can it quench the soul?" The sword point stealthily throbbed in his dantian and signaled him to come over. Chu Yang forced a smile. This soul-quenching spring has clearly stated that nothing can touch it except for the soul. So, what's the use of going over there? The sword point continued to urge him. It was throbbing more and more intensely. Chu Yang sighed. He thought, "I'll go over and take a look. There's nothing I can do about it." He moved his feet and walked over there. The incomplete sword spirit saw that Chu Yang was walking toward the soul-quenching spring. Suddenly, it emitted a fierce aura and said, "Let me destroy this body first. There's no harm in that." Suddenly, a bolt of lightning shot over. Chu Yang suddenly felt cold all over. A cold aura of death suddenly shrouded his heart. Under the attack of this incomplete sword spirit, Chu Yang couldn't even move a finger. However, the tribulation sword seemed to have expected this, so it jumped out of his dantian in advance. The sword point of the tribulation sword let out a long cry and suddenly jumped up. The sword edge suddenly followed, and the sword edge stretched across the air. The three sections of the sword flashed in the air. A fierce aura of eternity rippled out. It turned into a black gas and greeted the wisp of sword spirit. The incomplete sword spirit retreated. It seemed to have some misgivings. It snorted. "I didn't expect this guy to have refined 3 sections. Well, I won't touch him with your protection." Humph! Even if he gets there, can he touch the soul-quenching spring in his human form? He won't even see it. Ha ha ha! Suddenly it changed its tone and said, "But this little one is a little interesting. He can make the tribulation sword so obedient. Ha ha! This is something that hasn't happened in 10,000 years. How about this, little one? Although you are very weak, if you let me devour that guy, and then I will enter your tribulation space. I will help you to dominate the heavens and break through the cage of the heavens." How about it?" It laughed strangely and said, "You should know that what I said is something that this good-for-nothing on your body can't do. It doesn't dare to do it." Chu Yang straightened his body. His eyes were like lightning. He said indifferently, "Weak or strong, I am the sword master. And you are just a sword spirit, and an incomplete one at that. Weak or strong. A sword spirit like you, who doesn't listen to orders and wants to rebel, no matter how strong you are. I will only refuse and kill you. You don't deserve to follow me." The incomplete sword spirit screamed fiercely in the air. It shouted furiously, "I don't deserve to? I don't deserve to?" Suddenly, it turned into a sword light and rushed over crazily. "I will kill you first, you puny teacher." The sword spirit let out a sword cry and rushed over. It caught up with the incomplete sword spirit at the speed of light and blocked it in midair. The two sword lights tangled together again. This time, the battle was even more intense. Chu Yang shook his head gently and said indifferently, "You don't deserve to be my sword spirit. No matter how strong you are, you still don't deserve to be my sword spirit. How can I allow you to control my path?" He snorted and said silently in his heart, "Even if you are a god, you still can't." Immediately after, he no longer paid any attention to the incomplete sword soul and quickly rushed to the corner. To his surprise, he discovered that in the corner there was a small and hazy spring. It was only the size of a fist, and water was gurgling out from it. This water, it was a bit of a stretch to say that it was water, because the water that came out of it was like smoke. It could be blown away with a breath. But it was indeed water. "What is this? Can this be considered water?" Chu Yang touched his chin and looked at the small spring in front of him. He thought, "How can I prevent the sword spirit from quenching his sword spirit again? Also, didn't the incomplete sword spirit say that I shouldn't be able to see it? Why can I see it so clearly?" The sword spirit was fighting. When he saw that Chu Yang had reached the soul-quenching spring under the sword spirit's carelessness, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. He shouted, "Use your palm to block the spring, and then put it into the tribulation space." "Block the spring? Ha ha ha." The incomplete sword spirit laughed. "Do you think he is a soul? Dream on." The sword spirit sneered and looked at him with pitiful and hateful eyes. He laughed and said, "I forgot to tell you, this tribulation sword master is a person who has been reborn. He has lived 2 lives. In other words, his soul is the superposition of the souls of 2 lives. The soul of his previous life has returned to the age of 17 with his memories. He has not been reincarnated." With a clang, the incomplete sword spirit staggered back and said in shock, "A tribulation sword master who has been reborn?" Yes. The sword spirit didn't relax and pressed forward. His attacks became sharper and sharper. He sneered. "In other words, he can use the soul-quenching spring if we can. Not only can he see it, but he can also touch it." "Ah!" The incomplete sword spirit screamed and said in a daze, "How can this be? How can this be?" Suddenly, the sword light flashed and the illusory figure was restored. He pointed at the sword spirit and shouted angrily, You, why didn't you say so earlier?" "Say so earlier? If I had said so earlier, you wouldn't have shown your wild ambition," the sword spirit said coldly. At this time, Chu Yang had already covered the soul-quenching spring with his right palm. He said in his heart, "Withdraw." Suddenly, he felt a wave of exhaustion in his divine soul. This kind of exhaustion was as if he had walked thousands of miles without eating or drinking. Even his mind was a little fuzzy at this moment. However, in the tribulation space, there was a spring next to the vitality spring. The spring water was like smoke, curling up and covering the spring. It didn't disperse for a long time. Chapter 537. Ah! The incomplete sword soul roared in grief and despair. It's gone, it's gone! My soul-quenching spring! It suddenly transformed into countless sharp sword lights and rushed towards Chuyang. The sword point, sword edge, and sword edge attacked at the same time. The incomplete sword soul was sent flying with a loud bang, but the sword spirit followed it like a shadow and tangled it up again. The two soul bodies were fighting, and a bang 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 sound was heard. The incomplete sword soul screamed in despair, "Spare me! I surrender. I'm willing to serve Lord Sword Master to the best of my ability. Spare me. Don't fight. Don't devour me." The incomplete sword soul screamed in panic. I've been here alone for 10,000 years, 10,000 years. I also followed the sword masters in those days and made great contributions. The incomplete sword soul was dodging with all his might. He was in a very difficult situation. His previous arrogance and drive had disappeared without a trace. One would have been able to see his face full of tears and snot if he had transformed into his human form. The sword spirit didn't relax. He chased after him. "I gave you a chance. You betrayed the sword master, betrayed the sword body, and betrayed the main body." The sword spirit roared. He launched a tide-like attack. "I won't show any mercy. I'll take you back forever today. Spare me. Sword master, spare me." The incomplete sword soul saw that the sword spirit didn't relax. So he was obviously ruthless. So he started to beg for mercy from Chuyang. "Look at the fact that I've cultivated spiritual wisdom for 10,000 years. Ah!" Suddenly a mournful scream was heard, and it turned into a desperate sword cry. The sword spirit and the incomplete sword soul were entangled together. It could be seen that the two sword lights were desperately entangled. One was desperately trying to entangle and devour the other, and the other was desperately trying to escape. But how could the sword spirit relax? The two sword lights were entangled together. They rolled and rolled from east to west and from south to north. Eventually, the sound of the struggle subsided. The sword spirit said in a complacent voice, "You've cultivated spiritual wisdom for 10,000 years. What are you showing off for?" The sword lights changed. They were strange and variegated. The sword spirit appeared in front of Chuyang with a schwa sound. He could actually appear in this space. The incomplete sword soul had been completely devoured by it. The wisp of intelligence that had only appeared after 10,000 years of cultivation had been completely destroyed and no longer existed. Chuyang looked at him and felt that he had changed again. He was clearly more solid than when he was in the mental space. If he didn't know that this was a spiritual body, Chuyang would have thought that the person in front of him was a living person with flesh and blood. "My soul is complete." The sword spirit exposed an extremely human-like smile on his face. He then said to Chuyang, "But I still need to nourish this guy for a while before I can completely absorb him." Chuyang asked, "What is the soul-quenching spring?" The sword spirit remained silent for a while. Then he finally said, "The soul-quenching spring doesn't belong to this world." He thought for a while as if he was organizing his thoughts and said, "For a long time there has been a legend in the Chongtian continent. That is, after a person dies, his soul will remain. As for the soul, there was another world. In this world, the common people referred to it as the underworld, or perhaps the netherworld. Hell? Does the netherworld really exist?" Chuyang asked in astonishment. "The netherworld doesn't exist," the sword spirit said. "But the netherworld exists." "What do you mean?" Chuyang felt a little dizzy. "Aren't they the same place?" "The netherworld is the netherworld. It's different from the netherworld in the legends." The sword spirit insipidly said, "It's true that a person has a soul after he dies, but the soul of an ordinary person dissipates before it can reach the netherworld. Therefore, only some relatively powerful souls can reach there. It's a strange place. No one can describe the specific things there. The sword spirit forced a smile and said, I haven't been there either, but I've heard about it from Sir. Sir? Chu Yang sensitively grasped this word and asked, What Sir? Sirs. The sword spirit said hesitantly, It's Sir. I'm sorry, Sir Sword Lord. I can't tell you this. You haven't reached that level yet. Chu Yang looked at him with his eagle-like eyes for a long time. Then he closed his eyes and nodded in understanding. He said, Continue. The netherworld is in charge of spirits. It has a spring called Ascending Spirit Pond. Spirits with good luck are promoted by the netherworld, and they're allowed to soak in the Ascending Spirit Pond when they are ready to assume a position there. Their souls become far more condensed than ordinary spirits after they soak in it. Then they become managers. The sword spirit stuttered as he spoke. He had clearly skipped a lot of things. Chu Yang didn't ask further. He just listened quietly. And this spring water is a branch of the Ascending Spirit Pond. I don't know why it appeared here, but it became the soul-quenching spring. And this soul-quenching spring also has the function of the Ascending Spirit Pond. It can condense the soul. The sword spirit spoke a lot more fluently as he said this. Sir Sword Lord, you mustn't underestimate this soul-quenching spring. Its benefits to you are incomparable. It's also beneficial to me? Chu Yang curiously asked. Yes. The sword spirit said, Sir, you have lived 2 lives. It's like a dream, but it's still the superposition of 2 lives. Therefore, Sir's soul can also use this soul-quenching spring to cleanse and condense the spirit God. The body dies as the soul, and the life becomes the spirit God. The sword spirit said, and the function of the spirit God is to control the life and death of a person. In fact, it's also beneficial to Sir Sword Lord's future path. He began to stutter as he spoke. Chu Yang slightly smiled. His expression was somewhat unfathomable. He insipidly said, I know about the spirit God, and I also know about the benefits of condensing the spirit God. This soul-quenching spring is also a rare treasure. Even the tribulation sword can be placed inside it to be quenched. I also want to obtain this. But I didn't expect that you'd hide so many things from me. So many secrets. Chu Yang insipidly said, This makes me feel very uncomfortable. The sword spirit remained silent for a moment. Then he said, Sir Sword Lord, you're overthinking. I didn't have any bad intentions, even though I hid them from you. He raised his head and softly said, I've accompanied the sword lords of the past for 10,000 years, and I haven't done anything to let down the tribulation sword lord. I would have been obliterated a long time ago if I had. The sword spirit smiled bleakly. This smile seemed to contain endless helplessness and countless secrets that couldn't be revealed. Chu Yang grunted, but didn't comment. There are many things that I can't tell you now. That's because your cultivation is too low. Your spirit God isn't stable. Your soul root isn't solid. So, I'll only harm you if I tell you. The sword spirit heaved a long sigh. Take the heaven layer as an example. Martial great master is supreme in some places, and revered martial artist is the peak in some places. You'll realize that martial great masters and revered martial artists are nothing but farts in this vast world. In the lower 3 heavens, king-level experts were considered supreme experts. Diwu Qing Ro only led 4 king-level experts and established the Golden Horse Riders Department that swept the world. But king-level experts can't be said to be everywhere in the lower 3 heavens. But they've become ordinary people. The sword spirit smiled. The strength of the lower 3 heavens is relatively average. But there are also people like Dukyu and Jun Shizhu. Every big clan also has an emperor-level expert. Some clans even have hidden monarch-level experts. These are things that you can't imagine in the lower three heavens. But this is still a small Jianghu. You'll only know how big this world is when you go to the upper three heavens and experience some things. Then, you'll know what the real heaven layer is. But these things are too far away from you now. The sword spirit looked at him sincerely, knowing too much isn't good for your state of mind. It's just like a martial disciple who hears about the existence of a revered martial artist. He'll only think that it's too far away. I won't be able to reach such a level in my entire life. Such a thought will become an inner demon even if it arises once. The sword spirit continued. Moreover, some things can't be said clearly. Chu Yang remained silent for a long time. Then he said, I understand. A certain level of cultivation, a certain status, and a certain level of perception could allow one to enter a certain circle and know certain things. It's just like a beggar would never know how a landlord lives. A landlord would never know how a high-ranking official lives. And it's even more impossible to imagine the extravagant desires of the royal family. This is the so-called level, right? Chu Yang quietly sighed in his heart. The sword spirit heaved a sigh of relief. Then he transformed into a wisp of green smoke and floated into Chu Yang's body. The sword spirit was entrenched in his sea of consciousness. He could have entered even if Chu Yang hadn't agreed, but this was a kind of attitude. The sword spirit felt that it was necessary to explain this matter clearly regardless of whether Chu Yang believed it or not. The sword spirit immediately used the mysterious jade ice crystal to make a pool after entering the tribulation space. He drew the cloud-like spring water from the soul, quenching spring into it. Then he soaked himself in it. He immediately let out a comfortable moan. The soul-quenching spring was an item of the netherworld, but the sword spirit had the final say once it entered the tribulation space. It was no wonder that he was so extravagant. A light flashed. The sword point, sword edge, and sword edge impatiently lined up to enter the soul-quenching spring's eye. These three bandits, the sword spirit angrily scolded. Chu Yang was meditating outside. He had only casually warned the sword spirit about this matter. He didn't want to do anything else. After all, the sword spirit was now in his sea of consciousness. So, what could he do even if he was dissatisfied? He couldn't expel the sword spirit even if he wanted to. But he was now thinking about something the sword spirit had said. This sentence made him feel somewhat flustered. In fact, he even felt a faint fear. Sir, you've lived 2 lives. It's like a dream, but it's still the superposition of 2 lives. The superposition of 2 lives. This sentence made Chu Yang fearful. If these 2 lives aren't just 1 life, then Qing Wu? Is the Qing Wu of this life the Qing Wu of the previous life? If not, who is the Qing Wu of this life? If not, where is the Qing Wu of the previous life? Isn't the existence of this life contradictory to the existence of the previous life? If not, then do I love the Qing Wu of the previous life or the Qing Wu of this life? Chapter 538. Chu Yang was at a loss. He was in pain. He pulled his hair with a painful look on his face. Sword Lord, you can enter this soul-quenching spring now. Sword Spirit's voice came over. How can I enter? Chu Yang asked unconsciously. You just need to sleep. Then I can send your divine spirit into the soul-quenching spring. Sword Spirit said. However, your divine spirit can only soak in it once every 3 days for a month. You can achieve the initial stability of your divine spirit. If you want to go further, you will need to reach the monarch level. Then, you will need to consolidate your divine spirit again. Oh, I see, Chu Yang responded. Then he lay down in this space. He not only wanted to soak in the soul-quenching spring, but he also wanted to ask Sword Spirit the question that he was most worried about. Therefore, he lay down even though he knew that Meng Chaoran and Tan Tan were waiting anxiously outside. Chu Yang's mind was in a daze. He felt that he was spinning. It seemed as if he had been pulled out of his body. He felt inexplicably relaxed. Then, Chu Yang found himself in the tribulation space. He had another body. However, his body was very light and weak. In fact, it seemed as if it could be blown away with a single breath. It was many times worse than Sword Spirit's body, which was almost the same as that of an ordinary person. He saw that there was another pool beside the pool where Sword Spirit's body had been soaking. Mist was rising from it, and it was exuding a blurry color. It seemed as if he had entered a dream. Sword Spirit was hinting Chu Yang to lie down in that pool. Chu Yang's mind moved, and he felt that he was floating. He slowly floated towards this soul-quenching spring. He stopped above the soul-quenching spring. Then he slowly descended and came in contact with the fog-like spring water. He felt that his divine spirit's surroundings had become sticky. Moreover, a sharp pain had pierced into the depths of his divine spirit. This pain pervaded his entire body in an instant. Then he felt pain all over his body. He couldn't bear it any longer and wanted to jump up. However, he couldn't jump up. His body was moving slowly. However, he resolutely sank down into the soul-quenching spring. He came in contact with the mysterious jade ice crystal at the bottom of the pool. Then he bounced up and floated in the middle of the pool. His entire body began to hurt, and the pain became more and more intense. This spring water seemed to have evoked countless pain in his body. It was as if all the pain from his previous life, from when he was young to now, were being relived at this moment. Chu Yang felt that he was in so much pain that he was rolling in the water, but he couldn't make a sound. He only felt that his whole body was being incinerated and then being reassembled. It was as if something was growing, but also as if something was disappearing. The only thing Chu Yang could do was to close his mouth tightly and not let himself scream. No matter how much pain he suffered, could it be more painful than watching his soul shatter in front of his own eyes? Could it be even more painful than when he lost Emo Chingu in his previous life? Chu Yang didn't say a word. It hurts. If you have the ability, then let me die from the pain. If you can't kill me from the pain, I'll endure it. Rush over. Endure it. This kind of extreme pain continued. It lasted for an hour before it began to weaken slightly. In this 1 hour, Chu Yang felt as if he had endured hundreds of dismemberments. Furthermore, he had been dismembered while he was still conscious, but he had been holding it in. Chu Yang regarded this kind of pain as a challenge to himself. If he couldn't even overcome his own sense of pain, who could he defeat? He must win. This is the pain of spiritual deity. Your willpower is really amazing. Even the spiritual deity of immortals wouldn't be able to endure such pain. I didn't expect that you would be able to endure it without making a sound. The sword spirit's voice reached his ears. Chu Yang wanted to laugh, but then he discovered that his entire face had become stiff even though he was in the state of spiritual deity. Not only could he not laugh, but he couldn't even speak. Even his tongue had become stiff. It was slowly recovering now. He heard the sword spirit slowly say, "A person's spiritual deity is complete only when he is born with innate energy." The sword spirit understood Chu Yang's current situation very well. So he didn't wait for Chu Yang to reply and continued to speak. A person's spiritual deity will begin to wear down when they come into contact with the secular world. They will wear down their spiritual deity bit by bit from some minor details until it becomes a soul that can fully adapt to the secular world. Then the transformation will be complete. This transformation is an adaptation to the secular world, but it's also the cruelest injury to one's spiritual deity. And the things that a person loses in this process will always be much more than what they gain. A person's spiritual deity will be exhausted when they die. Only a soul body will be left, and there will be no deity. The sword spirit slowly said, "Therefore, such a soul body will gradually dissipate in the world after it leaves the body, and it will transform into pure spiritual energy of the world." It said that no matter who it is, they will reincarnate after they die. But such a thing doesn't exist. In other words, it's not common. That's because some people are qualified, but most of them aren't. Even a supreme expert's spiritual deity will never be complete. His spiritual deity will be extremely powerful, and he'll even master the method of tempering his spiritual deity. That's because he will have lost too much of his spiritual deity before he can form it. And this is where his weakness lies. You'll be invincible when you have a certain amount of strength if you can master this weakness. But you have the soul-quenching spring now, so it's very different. You're feeling pain now because you're infatuated with this secular world, and you've clearly felt the sacrifice of your spiritual deity. The function of the soul-quenching spring is to replenish your lost spiritual deity, and you'll return to your initial innate spiritual deity. You'll be able to start the cultivation of spiritual deity only after you've returned to your innate spiritual deity form. You're lucky that your spiritual deity hasn't been completely worn down yet. Perhaps it's because of your persistence after your rebirth that everything is under your control. So, everyone has to adapt to you, and you don't have to adapt to others and adapt to the world. Therefore, your spiritual deity is more complete than an ordinary person's, and you've obtained the soul-quenching spring at such a time. This is the most powerful foundation for becoming a matchless powerhouse. The sword spirit's voice was heavy, but it seemed to have a strange charm that went straight into the depths of Chu Yang's soul. But you've still lost a lot of spiritual deity even so. So, you need to go through this painful process once every 3 days, and this process will continue for a month. Then, you'll be able to replenish your spiritual deity at this stage. The sword spirit sighed in his heart as he spoke. How could the previous masters of the tribulation sword have such heaven-defying luck to repair their spiritual deity? Some of them didn't even get the incomplete sword soul. But this one's luck, the sword spirit sighed. One can't compare with another. The extreme pain lasted for an hour. Then, the stiffness of his whole body gradually dissipated. Chu Yang finally came out of the water. He felt that his whole body was brimming with vitality, and this feeling was completely different from when he had first come in. He could finally open his mouth and speak. "I know everything about the spiritual deity. Sword Spirit, I have a question that I need you to answer," Chu Yang said in a heavy voice. He didn't realize that his voice was trembling. "Please speak. Just now you said that I've lived 2 lives. Now I'm the superposition of 2 lives. What does this mean?" Chu Yang asked slowly. "This. Do I still need to explain?" The sword spirit was a little dizzy. "Don't you know it clearly? You're a reborn person. What I mean is, what's the difference between this life and my previous life?" Chu Yang said in distress. "In other words, does that life still exist?" The sword spirit was startled for a long time. Then he finally understood this extremely abstruse question. This is very difficult to explain. The sword spirit thought for a long time, but he didn't know how to answer this question. That life still exists. Chu Yang's heart trembled. That era did exist. The sword spirit said affirmatively, because you came from that life. How could you come here if that life didn't exist? Or how could you exist? Exist? Chu Yang suddenly felt that he had no strength in his body. He muttered, "Doesn't that mean that Qing Wu is still dead no matter how hard I try? She's already dead in that life?" The current Qingwu is another person no matter how much I try to compensate her or how much I love her. And she's not my beloved Qingwu from my previous life? Wrong. The sword spirit replied in a heavy tone. Your conclusion is very, very wrong. Wrong? Chuyang asked. Yes. The sword spirit was silent for a long time. Then he said, I'll give you an example. Your life is like this, but you have a dream one night when you're 10 years old, and you dream of all the things that you're about to experience in your life. There's sorrow, there's joy, there's anger, and there's hatred. There's love and hatred. You see the end of your life in your dream. Then you wake up from this dream and find that you're still in this reality. The sword spirit cautiously said, Do you understand what I'm saying? I understand. Chuyang nodded. He listened carefully. You'll find that it's the same as your dream as long as you experience a little bit of things after you wake up, the sword spirit said. So you'll find that your dream is real. Those tragedies will happen to you sooner or later. But you have enough time to change now. Will you change it? The sword spirit asked. Of course I will. Chuyang replied without hesitation. So, you'll use the foresight of your dream to change the pain and regret that you're about to encounter. You'll be more cautious in this life if you have such a clear dream as a guide. You won't make the mistakes that you've made in your dreams again. Moreover, you'll think thrice before you make any other mistakes. You won't act blindly without thinking. The sword spirit said. Yes, Chuyang admitted. So, you'll be a perfect person in this life after you have such a dream. You'll be perfect to a certain extent. You won't make any mistakes. Moreover, you'll gradually become stronger. Chapter 539. Sword Spirit let out a long sigh. There are too many paths in life. You walked this path in your dream, and that's why you met those people and those things. But when you woke up and found out that this path was wrong, would you still walk on it? I wouldn't. Yes, so you changed your path. So, even though your dream is the same, the end and the process are different. Sword Spirit said deeply, this is the difference between different paths. So, the people you met and the things you went through are also different. So, Beyond the Heavens sect was destroyed in your previous life, and Meng Chao ran and Wu Yunyang died. But these two people didn't die in this life, and Beyond the Heavens sect became the #1 sect in the lower 3 heavens. So, Wu Qianqian agreed to share Qianshan's marriage proposal in order to cooperate with his work in Iron Cloud, and sacrificed herself for Beyond the Heavens sect. But she didn't do that in this life. So, Tai Butian died in your previous life, and Du Qing Rowan. But this life is different. In your previous life, Gu Duxing and the others became famous 10 or 20 years later, and they became as famous as Dark Bamboo. But this life is different. So many things didn't happen in the lower 3 heavens in that life, but they happened in this life. And Mo Qing Wu died in your dream, but she is now the common disciple of 2 supreme-level experts. You know all of this is because of you, Sword Spirit said indifferently, because you had such a strange dream. So, there is no difference between this life and the previous life. The only difference is that you're yourself. This life is the previous life. The previous life did exist, but it only existed in your dreams. Chuyang listened silently and thought silently. He didn't say a word. I just want to ask, is the current Qingwu the same as the previous Qingwu? Chuyang asked in a low voice. You shouldn't ask this question, Sword Spirit said. Let me ask you, if you didn't do anything in this life, and followed the path of your previous life, and practiced the emotionless sword way, Mo Qing Wu wouldn't have died. If you didn't do those things in this life, what would Mo Qing Wu be like now? Would she be so lively and cute? If it weren't for the dreaming of a gentle dance saber, if she hadn't met Mo Qing Wu in Iron Cloud, Would there still be any color left in her life? She could only become the depressed Emo Chingu from her previous life. Then, after a certain period of time, I will meet you and die for you. But why do you want to go to Iron Cloud? Have you been there in your previous life? Sword Spirit snorted and said, You met Emo Chingu in your previous life 8.5 years later, even if you start counting from now. Have you thought about all these? Chu Yang remained silent for a long time. Then a smile slowly appeared on his face. He said, So that's how it is. I've been letting my imagination run wild. I've been worrying for nothing. The sky is still the same sky. The earth is still the same earth. Qingwu is still Qingwu, but I have changed myself. That's all, Chu Yang said softly. After saying this, he suddenly felt his heart lighten up. The Sword Spirit gently smiled and said, That's right. Whether it's your past life or your present life, or whether it's a dream or something else, you'll naturally know what's going on in the future. You asked me one question, but I answered you so much. Can I ask you a question? Go ahead, Chu Yang said straightforwardly. He was in a good mood. Well, you've always been thinking about Emo Chingu. You've always only had Emo Chingu in your heart. For this reason, you didn't hesitate to hide your face in the lower 3 heavens. You didn't want to come in contact with women. You also kept a respectful distance from Wu Qianqian, who was deeply in love with you, the Sword Spirit slowly asked. You naturally thought that everything you did was for Emo Chingu, and that the true love of your heart was only Emo Chingu. But if Emo Chingu hadn't died in your previous life, and was in harmony with you, would you still be so obsessed with her in this life? In your heart, do you feel more guilty about Emo Chingu, or do you love Emo Chingu more? The Sword Spirit slowly asked. Chu Yang was stunned. He was stunned for a long time and didn't speak. Love? Guilt? Guilt because of love? Love because of guilt? The lovely images of Emo Chingu in this life flashed in front of his eyes. Brother Chu Yang, I miss you so much. Brother Chu Yang, will you wait for me? Brother Chu Yang, I finally see you. Brother Chu Yang, it's so nice to be hugged by you. While he was thinking, a figure in red suddenly appeared. There was a faint sadness and sorrow on her face. She was graceful and gentle. Her eyes were full of stubbornness and unrepentance, and she was looking at him in a daze. A lifetime of not dancing, a lifetime of suffering. Chu Yang cried out in pain. Then he found that his divine spirit had left the tribulation space and returned to his body. Now he sat up abruptly, and his whole body was drenched in cold sweat. He was panting heavily. For a long time, he was still thinking about this question. Gradually, Chu Yang's mind calmed down, and he actually smiled softly. He sat like this and said softly to himself, Guilt because of love, love because of guilt. What's the difference? 2 people in love have to go through a lot of things before they can be together and love each other deeply. The so-called love at first sight has to go through the tribulations of the secular world before it can be confirmed whether they are together or not. Whether it's love because of guilt or guilt because of love, in short, the current Qinggu is still the Qinggu of my previous life. As long as it's Qinggu, I like her, and that's enough. Why do I have to think so much? It seemed as if he was talking to himself, and also as if he was answering the Sword Spirit's question. However, his heart was unprecedentedly relaxed. Then he stood up and walked out. Then Chu Yang found that he seemed to be different from before. However, he couldn't tell what was different about it, but he could be sure that the touch of his skin was different. He could even feel the airflow flowing in this sealed space. When it flowed through his exposed skin, he could clearly feel where it was strong and where it was weak. He could clearly feel where it was strong and where it was weak. And this was something that he couldn't feel in the past. It seemed as if some of his damaged nerves were slowly recovering. Chu Yang's body suddenly emitted the aura of a breakthrough, and a dense mist drifted in the air. He had broken through to the 5th grade of Sword King at this moment. Moreover, he didn't feel the tearing sensation of breaking through the bottleneck this time. It seemed as if he had made a natural breakthrough. Could it be that soaking in the soul, quenching spring, has such a powerful effect? Chu Yang was overjoyed. He knew that this was the effect of the soul-quenching spring. So he couldn't help but look forward to the results after a month. Let's not talk about what level my cultivation will rise to by then. Such a sensitive sense of touch will be of great use to me when I travel in Jianghu and fight with the enemy. That's because I can feel every minute detail. There won't be any hidden killer move that can hide from my sense of touch if I can make full use of this feeling. And there won't be any hidden enemy that can hide from my sense of touch. This is a supreme magic weapon that can defeat the enemy. The wonderful effect of the divine spirit is extremely powerful. He was pleasantly surprised. Then he quickly walked outside. How long have I been here? Master and Tan Tan must be anxious, right? Meng Chao Ran was indeed anxious. Chu Yang had been in the mountain for 8 days, but there hadn't been any movement. How could Meng Chao Ran not be anxious? He was so anxious that he was running around in circles. He wished that he could rush in and take a look. However, Meng Chao Ran became even more anxious when he couldn't help but want to rush in. That's because something had happened to Tan Tan. The situation this time was even more bizarre. Tan suddenly didn't like to eat. Not only did he not like to eat, but he also liked to eat some strange things. Moreover, he had an incomparable thirst for them. Meng Chao Ran had sent Tan out to hunt 3 snow pheasants on the morning of the first day Chu Yang had entered the mountain. Then he personally roasted them and prepared to eat heartily with his disciple. However, he suddenly discovered that Tan was somewhat absent-minded when the snow pheasants were roasted. Tan didn't look as embarrassed as he used to be when he saw food. Instead, he looked bored and kept burping. What's going on? Is this my disciple who looks like a hungry ghost when he sees delicious food? Meng Chao Ran called Tan to eat 2 mouthfuls, but Tan looked as if he couldn't eat. This made Meng Chao Ran even more surprised. What's wrong with you? He touched his head. You don't have a fever. I don't want to eat this. Tan was also depressed. Why don't I want to eat? I'm hungry for a meal. I'm very hungry, but I'm burping when I see snow pheasants. This is too bizarre. Eventually, Tan sat down on his luggage in a depressed manner, but he touched his own package. He had collected the inner cores of spirit beasts like a money grubber. There were no less than 100 of them. Tan didn't realize that his eyes were emitting a green light. It was as if a pervert who had been thirsty for more than 20 years had suddenly seen a naked beauty. Then, Tan impatiently opened his package. Meng Chao Ran was eating meat. He was holding a complete snow pheasant's head in his hand. He looked at his disciple in a daze as he stuffed a fist-sized inner core of a spirit beast into his mouth. Then he looked satisfied. Meng Chao Ran saw that Tan's neck had swelled up like a small snake that had swallowed an egg. Then his neck started to fall down. Meng Chao Ran's hand trembled and stuffed the entire chicken's head into his mouth. Then he unconsciously stretched his neck and wanted to swallow his saliva. Therefore, Master Meng tragically swallowed the snow pheasant's head. It got stuck in his throat. He couldn't swallow it. He couldn't spit it out. A gurgling sound came from his throat. Tan felt that the hunger in his stomach had weakened a little. He was about to take another piece to eat when he suddenly heard the sound of a hen laying eggs. He turned his head in amazement and saw that Meng Chao Ran was looking at him with his mouth wide open. There was a complete pheasant's head in his mouth. Chapter 540. Tan was shocked. His eyes bulged out of their sockets. Master, you don't need to stuff the chicken's head in your throat, even if you want to learn how to lay eggs like a hen. I want to learn how to lay eggs like a hen. Meng Chao ran fumed with anger. He put his hand into his mouth and took out the snow chicken's head. Then he threw it away with a whooshing sound. Then he grabbed Tantan's collar. You! Why are you randomly eating things? Randomly eating things? Tantan was stunned. I didn't randomly eat things. Then, what did you eat just now? Meng Chao got angry. He grabbed the package and shook it fiercely. How can you randomly eat things like this? It can kill people. This thing? Tan looked at the package full of spirit beast cores in horror. His face was full of disbelief. I ate these things just now. Meng Chao was stunned. Could it be that I didn't know that Tan had eaten these spirit beast cores? What's going on? How can I eat these? Tan jumped up. His face was full of horror. He grabbed his hair and shouted while jumping up and down, How can I eat these? What will I do if I explode? Meng Chao was dumbfounded as he looked at his younger brother. He felt as if he had collapsed and then reorganized himself. After a long time, he weakly said, You don't know. I don't know. Tan anxiously replied. He was indescribably frightened. I wouldn't have eaten it if I knew, even if I was beaten to death. Then, do you feel anything unusual by circulating your qi? Meng Chao cautiously asked. Tan doesn't look like he's lying. What's going on? I heard that some injuries can't be felt, but one can't be saved if they can feel it. Tan fell down on the ground with a puff sound. Then he hastily circulated his qi. He opened his eyes after a long time. I don't feel anything. You don't feel anything? Black lines appeared on Meng Chao's forehead. You don't feel anything? Tan felt it for a while. Then he bitterly said, I feel it. What do you feel? Meng Chao hastily asked, Master, I'm hungry. Tan's face turned sullen. Meng Chao ran. Then Tan's stomach rumbled with hunger. He held the roast chicken in his hands and looked extremely distressed. He took a bite, but it was as if he was chewing on poison. He rolled it around in his mouth, but he just couldn't swallow it. After a long time, he spat out the snow chicken meat that he had chewed into minced meat. He sighed painfully, Master, I'm starving, but I just can't swallow it. Meng Chao sighed. What should he do? This guy doesn't eat human food. Tan sighed and groaned. He then rubbed his belly in pain. Then he unconsciously looked at the package that was filled with the inner cores of spirit beasts from the corner of his eyes. Then a shiny thing drooped down from the corner of his mouth with a swoosh sound. You're not allowed to eat. Meng Chao roared. I'm not eating. Master, don't worry, I won't eat it. Tan shook his head, and the flesh on his cheeks trembled. He then solemnly said, I won't eat it even if I starve to death. Oh. Meng Chao experimented several times. He meticulously cooked and roasted meat for Tan. In fact, he even made a bowl of fragrant meat soup for his younger brother, since the conditions were extremely limited. Master Meng had done his best, but Meng Chao was so worried that his heart was tangled. Tan couldn't eat anything at the moment. It didn't matter if it was rice or any meat or blood food. He couldn't swallow anything. The only thing he was interested in was the inner cores of spirit beasts. Moreover, he longed for them. Meng Chao tossed and turned for the entire morning, and then tossed and turned for the entire afternoon. He tossed and turned until his stomach rumbled with hunger. He ate 2 more meals, but Tan was still the same. His bones were rumbling with hunger, and his eyes were glowing with hunger. But he couldn't eat anything. He was so hungry that his entire body was powerless. But he still couldn't eat. This was a big problem. Meng Chao's brows tightly knitted. Tan was holding his hungry belly and moaning incessantly. Neither of them had noticed that Tan Tan's eyebrows had suddenly turned pale golden. That strange mark between his eyebrows and the mark on his mouth were faintly and quietly flashing. So they couldn't detect it. Meng Chao Ran was at his wits' end in the evening. So he had no choice but to arrange for Tan Tan to lie down in the cave. Then he went out to practice martial arts in the snow as usual. And he also conveniently used the ice-cold snowflakes to clear his mind. Tan Tan hadn't eaten for a day, so he wouldn't suffer from hunger. In fact, he wouldn't starve to death even if he didn't eat for 10 days. But the inner cores of spirit beasts would cause his entire body to explode if he didn't eat them properly. Meng Chao Ran would rather let his disciple starve than let him eat those terrifying things. Tan Tan was holding his stomach in pain in the cave. His eyes were glowing with a green light. "I'm starving to death. I'm really starving to death," his stomach rumbled, and Tan Tan held in grief. "I can't bear it." He couldn't help but look at that package. The more he looked, the hungrier he became. And the hungrier he became, and the more he looked, the more his stomach rumbled. Meng Chao Ran was outside when he heard this rumbling sound coming from Tan Tan's stomach. So he roared, "You're not allowed to eat." Tan Tan's entire body trembled. He saw that his hand had extended to the package. So he withdrew his hand as if he had received an electric shock. Then he muttered, "I won't eat. I won't eat." "I won't eat, I won't eat, I won't eat." Tan Tan closed his eyes. He kept muttering, "I won't eat." Then he lay down on the ground and began to sleep. He kicked the package to one side before he slept, and he kicked it far away. He gradually fell asleep in a daze. Meng Chao Ran couldn't practice martial arts anymore. He thought for a long time, but he was still at a loss. A long time passed. Then he sighed and returned to the cave, and he saw that his beloved disciple was sleeping soundly. He was hugging that package. Moreover, it had been unlocked. Meng Chao Ran's complexion changed. He took the package from Tan Tan's bosom and looked at it. Then he counted and found that 3 more inner cores of spirit beasts were missing. It was obvious that the missing ones were 4th or 5th grade. "Tan Tan!" Meng Chao Ran roared. Tan Tan woke up from his dream with a start. He turned over and sat up. His eyes were still drowsy. "Master, what's wrong?" "What?" Meng Chao Ran fiercely looked at him. "Bastard. Why did you eat it secretly?" "I didn't. I really didn't eat it secretly." Tan Tan cried out in grievance. His eyes were glistening with tears. "Master, you have to believe me. I really didn't eat it. Master, you have to believe in my moral character." "Eh?" He suddenly patted his belly in astonishment. Then he giggled foolishly. Then he said somewhat uncertainly, "You're not hungry anymore? Why aren't you hungry anymore?" Meng Chao Ran's face turned blue with anger. "You still have moral character. Tell me yourself. You didn't eat anything. So, why aren't you hungry anymore?" "That's right. I didn't eat anything. So, why am I not hungry anymore?" Tan Tan stroked his belly in bewilderment. His eyes were full of contemplation as he muttered, "This matter is extremely strange." Sigh. Meng Chao Ran sighed sadly. Then he exploded and grabbed the package. "You didn't eat it? You count it. There are 3 inner cores missing. Where did they go? Did they go into a dog's belly?" Tan Tan's face turned pale. He said in alarm, "I didn't eat it. I didn't." He counted, and his face turned green. Then he suddenly burst into tears. "Master, I don't want to live anymore. I was sleeping, but I still ate it secretly." Tan Tan's eyes suddenly opened wide. Could it be that this thing melted? Meng Chao Ran wrinkled his brows and closed his eyes. He extended his hand and held Tan Tan's wrist. Then he circulated his martial power to examine it. However, Meng Chao Ran felt as if he had been bitten by a poisonous snake as soon as he poured his spiritual power into it. He opened his eyes wide and looked at Tan Tan. It was as if he had seen a ghost. My spiritual power suddenly collapsed like a tide the moment it came in contact with Tan Tan's spiritual power. It felt as if there was a super abyss there. And it had an endless suction force. I'm afraid that my cultivation would have been completely absorbed by Tan Tan if I hadn't pulled it back in time. Tan Tan was at a loss. He asked Master, "What's wrong?" Meng Chao ran, looked at Tan Tan's innocent expression. He almost collapsed. How can this be? Tan Tan, you go out now. Circulate your spiritual power with all your strength. I'll see if there's any abnormality. Meng Chao Ran used the most stupid method. Tan Tan scratched his head suspiciously. Then he dragged his shoes and walked out. He then stood in the snowy ground. Then he shouted, "Hey!" and got into a fighting stance. Meng Chao Ran attentively watched Tan practice martial power. His face was solemn, but then he suddenly opened his mouth wide. He opened it with such force that his jaw almost got dislocated. Meng Chao Ran rubbed his eyes with all his strength. Then his eyelids rolled back and he almost fainted. A crown slowly rose on Tan Tan's head. It rose 30 feet with a schwa sound. Then Tan Tan's aura erupted, and it suddenly rose to a height of 30 feet. Second grade king, level expert. Meng Chao Ran felt dizzy. Wasn't Tan Tan a revered martial artist a few days ago? How can he be a second grade king, level expert now? Then Tan Tan was shocked again. He roared like a wild beast. The chi in his dantian fiercely erupted. It carried the aura of a single horned dragon. Then it disappeared without a trace and changed into Tan Tan's own peaceful aura. The crown on his head suddenly expanded by 3 times. It suddenly rose to a height of over 1,000 feet. It looked like a brilliant moon rising in the sky. It illuminated the surroundings with a golden light. The white snow fluttering in the air was suddenly dyed with a layer of golden color. Kacha! Meng Chao Ran's open mouth suddenly closed. Then he let out a strange cry. He fiercely bit his tongue. Then his eyes rolled back and he fainted. He only had one last thought before he fainted. This is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. It's a miracle that a revered martial artist can directly ascend to a second grade king level expert. But it's still possible. I had done the same thing a few days ago, so I can accept this. But who has ever seen a revered martial artist ascend to a second grade king level expert from a mere howl? King level expert. Chapter 541. Moreover, Tan Tan's king-level crown is clearly bigger than an ordinary one. Meng Chao Ran collapsed. He didn't even notice that there was a radiant sun in the middle of Tan Tan's crown. There was a crescent moon on the left side of the sun, and a star on the right side. It looked similar to the crown of an ordinary king-level expert. But it was completely different. This was the shape of a real crown. If the crown of an ordinary king-level expert was said to be that of a prince, then Tan Tan's crown was that of an emperor, and the corner of that star's radiance was faintly similar to the incomplete mark on Tan Tan's forehead. Master, are you all right? Tan Tan anxiously rushed over when he saw that Meng Chao Ran had fainted. However, Meng Chao Ran had been worried about Chu Yang and Tan Tan for the past few days, so he had been mentally and physically exhausted. These 2 disciples were like the flesh and blood of his heart. Meng Chao Ran couldn't bear it if either of them had met with an accident. However, one of them had gone out and hadn't returned, and the other one had repeatedly contracted a strange illness. Moreover, he had received such a serious shock. His spirit couldn't bear it anymore. Meng Chao Ran finally woke up when Tan Tan called him. He propped himself up and made Tan Tan perform again after he woke up. Tan Tan's performance made Meng Chao Ran's eyes roll back. He almost fainted again. Sure enough, it was a king-level expert. Meng Chao Rant's eyes were lifeless. He weakly waved his hand. You go out first. Let me be alone here. I'm going crazy. This matter was simply too bizarre. Perhaps Chu Yang wouldn't know what had happened to Tan Tan even if he were standing here. Tan Tan stood there at a loss. He scratched his head. He wanted to laugh, but he felt embarrassed. So he couldn't laugh. He wanted to say something, but he felt that it wouldn't be appropriate to say anything. So he scratched his head again. He scratched his back while he was at it. Master Meng sadly lowered his head. I don't have anything to be proud of in my life. I only have a proud heart. I have tempered my willpower to look down upon the heavens. I dare to boast that I won't even frown if someone were to cut me 1,000 times while I'm fully conscious. But this pride was smashed into pieces by you two brats in just a few days. Today he is shocked, tomorrow he is shocked, and sometimes he is shocked several times a day. What is this called? He waved his hand dejectedly. Get out, get out. Let me calm down. Tan Tan blinked his eyes and scratched his head. He was still worried, so he stammered for a while. Then he slowly said, Master, I'll go out now. Go. Meng Chao Ran turned his face away and waved his hand. Master, I'm going out now. Tan Tan took 2 steps and then turned around. Go. Master, then I'm really going out. Tan Tan took 3 steps and then turned around. Go. Master, I'm really going out. Puff. Ah. His last cry turned into a scream. Meng Chao Ran kicked him fiercely, and he flew out like a cannonball fired from a cannon. Meng Chao Ran's roar came from behind. Get lost. Don't you think you're fucking annoying enough? Tan Tan flew out like a cannonball. Bang! The sound of collision broke an icicle prism. White snow flew in the air and flew over half of the mountaintop with a schwa sound. Then he crashed into a big tree with a puff sound. Large chunks of white snow fell from the tree and buried Tan Tan in a flash. Cough, cough, cough. Tan Tan coughed. He crawled out of the pile of snow while coughing. He wanted to cry but had no tears. What is this? I'm a filial disciple. I want to be concerned about my master. But I got hit like this. I can't live past this day, he sobbed twice. Then he said in an aggrieved manner, I'm too handsome and confident. I'm afraid that I'll fail to live up to heaven's good intentions. Otherwise, I'll commit suicide in front of you. He stood up as he spoke, but he suddenly felt hungry. He scratched his head and thought, Master can't see me now, and he won't let me go back for a while. So I might as well go hunt a few spirit beasts and eat their inner cores. Tan Tan sneakily climbed over the mountaintop behind him and started to look for spirit beasts in all directions. He walked for a while. Then he suddenly felt that something was wrong. He raised his head to look. He only saw the sound of wind whistling in the air. 3 shadows were drifting towards him from 3 directions, like ghosts. It could be seen that these 3 people were in a hurry. In fact, they were using their full strength to hasten their journey. Tan Tan's scalp went numb. He screamed in his heart. He felt infinitely miserable. Didn't I come out for a while? How did I run into these 3 powerful monsters? Look at these 3 monsters. I can't beat them. Run. Tan Tan turned around and started to run. However, a schwa sound was heard. A red-clothed man was standing in front of him. His eyes were red. He was nervously looking at Tan Tan Tan. His gaze was extremely fervent. Tan Tan didn't raise his head. He turned around and rushed in another direction. However, a white-clothed man stood in front of him. He turned around again. Then another schwa sound was heard. A silver-clothed man blocked his way. The 3 of them formed a triangle and blocked Tan Tan's every escape route. Their eyes were burning as they looked at Tan Tan. Tan Tan's heart suddenly turned ice cold. He couldn't help but curse. A good dog doesn't block the way. Why are you 3 standing here? like corpses. He wasn't a match for these people, and these people were blocking his way. So they must be enemies. There was no hope in facing such powerful enemies. Therefore, Tan Tan decided that he would try to curse one of them to death before he died. As for informing his master, Tan didn't even think about it. In fact, Tan wouldn't do it even if he could do it. In fact, he would never do it even if he could. These three people were unfathomable. Even his master wouldn't be a match for them. It's fine if I die. Why should I implicate him? Master still has Chuyang if I die, so he probably won't be too sad. But Chuyang will be lonely if Master and I die, so he will be alone. However, Tan hadn't expected that his unpleasant curse wouldn't provoke a frenzied attack like he had expected. Instead, those three people were somewhat surprised and took a step back. Their eyes sized up Tan at the same time. Their eyes were filled with excitement and doubt. Tan was startled. Could it be that these three people don't have any evil intentions? He probed, "Get out of the way. Let me pass." But no one moved. Tan blinked and scratched his head. Then he rushed towards one of them. Well, he brushed past him. These three people didn't have any murderous aura. Moreover, they didn't give off the feeling of mutual hostility. They should let me go, right? But he found that the white-clothed man was blocking his way again when he rushed over. Tan became furious. He grabbed him and shouted, "What's the matter? Aren't you annoying?" He grabbed the lapel of that white-clothed man. Tan tried to lift him up, but couldn't. He tried to fling him aside, but he couldn't. Push, hit, pull. He grabbed his neck and wrestled with it. Then he used his teeth to bite. Tan angrily used all his means. But that man didn't move. He just stood there like a 1,000-year-old tree. Tan used all his means, but he still didn't move. Tan sat on the snowy ground. He angrily said, "You won't fight. You won't kill me. You won't retreat. Why are you blocking my way? Do you have nothing better to do?" He suddenly felt aggrieved when he said the last sentence. "You have nothing better to do." But I'm still regretting. Those three people were still calmly looking at him. They didn't say a word. It seemed as if they had counted every fine hair on Tan's body. Tan felt his blood run cold. He raised his head and looked at these three people. The red-clothed man had a radiant sun symbol on his forehead. It was only the size of a copper coin. The white-clothed man had a crescent moon symbol on his forehead in the same position. The silver-clothed man had a star symbol on his forehead in the same position. Moreover, the red-clothed man gave people the feeling that he was as hot as the sun. The white-clothed man was as cold and gentle as the moonlight. The silver-clothed man was as deep and mysterious as the starry sky. All of them were very clear. The expressions of these three people were almost the same. They were excited, doubtful, afraid, longing, worried. It was extremely complicated. "What the hell do you want to do?" Tan angrily shouted, "What do you want to do?" "Why don't you fart? You don't want to leave, and you don't want to leave either. Motherfucker, are you playing with art?" The complexions of the three people slightly changed. They exposed a trace of excitement in their eyes. Tan was very surprised. He scratched his head and suspiciously said, "Do you like to be scolded? You've blocked me here just to let me scold you?" Hiss, hiss, he sucked in a mouthful of cold air. He faintly felt that his guess wasn't very reliable. The deadlock continued for a while. It was still silent. Then Tan finally couldn't bear it anymore. He cursed. "What do you three bastards want to do? Motherfucker, shouldn't you say something if you want to do something? Motherfucker, can't you just squeak? Can't you just squeak and fart? Motherfucker, are you dead?" The complexions of the three people finally changed after a round of cursing. They looked at each other and revealed a hesitant expression on their faces. It seemed that it was very difficult for them to open their mouths. They didn't know where to start. They were embarrassed and embarrassed. There was also some fear, dread, expectation, fanaticism, and a desire for a husband. All kinds of emotions appeared on the faces of the three people at this moment. It seemed as if the three people were performing a face-changing performance. However, there was no anger after being scolded. The eyes of the three people were clearly urging each other at this moment. You speak first. No, you speak first. No, you speak first. Tan felt dizzy. He looked at the three people who wanted to speak, but were hesitating. It was obvious that they had thousands of words in their hearts, but they couldn't say a single word. Tan suddenly felt his hair stand on end. He was so scared that he almost pissed his pants. Could it be that these three people have fallen in love with me because of my handsome appearance? Tan's complexion turned ashen as this thought arose. Oh my God, you are all men. I can't accept this. Hey! Tan trembled as he said, You three haven't fallen in love with me, right? The three people looked at each other, and black lines appeared on their foreheads. Chapter 542. I like women. Tan's facial features wrinkled together. He almost cried as he said, Really, we're not suitable for each other. I don't discriminate against this, but it won't be a problem to find another one with your strength. If it doesn't work, then the three of you can make do with each other. The three of them were dumbfounded as they looked at Tan. It seemed as if they had discovered a monster. Tan became even more certain. He couldn't help but howl in grief. His tears fell like rain. What do you like about me? I'll change. That won't do. No, we. It seemed that he had no choice but to explain. The red-robed man's complexion became somewhat distressed. He shook his hand and mumbled an explanation. His accent was somewhat strange. It's not you? Tan immediately felt relieved. Then he thought of another possibility. He scratched his head and said, It's not you. Is it possible that your daughter has taken a fancy to me? Did you come here to find a match? So that I can go back and perform the ritual? The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. He couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Then he said in a fanciful manner, That is your daughter, beautiful. He suddenly felt somewhat proud. My charm is boundless. As soon as he was happy, the tattoo on his forehead suddenly glowed, and a faint golden light flashed fiercely. The bodies of the three people opposite him shook at the same time. It was a kind of feverish excitement that made blood rush to their heads. They excitedly opened their mouths at the same time. Their eyes brimmed with tears. King, have you really returned? These three people shed tears at the same time. It was a kind of extremely excited radiance. It was also a kind of fanaticism in their hearts. The three of them were flushed red, and their bodies began to tremble. What? Tan sat down on the ground. He scratched his head like a confused monk. He asked in a daze, What? The three people rushed forward at the same time. They looked at that half mark on Tan's forehead. They were indescribably excited. One of them even choked with sobs. Tan became even more alarmed when he saw that they were looking at his forehead and shedding tears. He hastily covered his forehead with his hand and drew back in alarm. What are you doing? What are you doing? You're hungry, but my head doesn't have much meat. He jumped up excitedly. He saw that the three people were getting closer and closer. So he suddenly shouted. He mobilized his spiritual power and said, Don't come up. I won't be polite if you come up again. The three of them acted as if they hadn't heard him, and their expressions were still the same. Tan let out a ha sound as he punched. The sound of wind and thunder resounded along with this punch, and a crown suddenly appeared in the sky. The fist landed solidly on the red-robed man's chest, but the red-robed man didn't seem to feel it. His body didn't even move. Just like the other two, he raised his head and looked at the crown in the sky. Hot tears flowed down his face. The red sun was in the center, the crescent moon on the left, and the stars on the right. The three of them stared at the crown in a daze, as if the crown was a treasure that was hard to come by in tens of thousands of years, or an extremely captivating sight. They were so infatuated, so entranced that the three pairs of eyes simultaneously shone with the light of a pilgrimage. "My king!" The three of them cried out at the same time, their voices choked with sobs. Tan became nervous. He looked at this and that in a perplexed manner. He then said, "Have you mistaken me for someone else? I am not your king." He suddenly felt a burst of grievance as he spoke till here. So he sadly said, "I haven't even been the prime minister in my lifetime." The red-robed man wiped his eyes and firmly said, "Everything in the world can be mistaken, but we can never mistake you, my king." The other two nodded heavily. Tan was at a loss. He hadn't thought that he would come out in such an inexplicable manner, and he would meet these three people in such an inexplicable manner. Moreover, they would regard him as their king. This strange encounter had left Tan's small head unable to react. "Then what benefits would I get if I were your king?" Tan rolled his eyes and decided to take advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to swindle them. A king can rule over the world. A king can take whatever he wants from the upper and lower heavens. Anyone who dares to resist will be slaughtered. Even chickens and dogs won't be spared. The white-robed man solemnly said. Tan jumped in fright. He probingly asked, "Then are there any beauties?" "The beauties of the world are at the king's disposal. He can take whatever he wants." The silver-robed man's expression was solemn. Tan felt more and more unreal. "I haven't met these three crazy people, right? It seems that they are seriously ill." "Forget it. I don't want to play with you. I want to go back." Tan was dispirited. "King, the human world is very dangerous. This race is extremely treacherous. King, it would be better to return to our race and slowly awaken." The red-robed man took a step forward and anxiously said, "You mean I'm not a human?" Tan raised his eyes. "Yes, King, you're—" The red-robed man hadn't finished speaking when he was interrupted by Tan's shout, "Nonsense! You're not a human." How many cold eyes had Tan received over the years? He didn't know how many times he had been scolded because of his appearance. And this was what he hated the most. Others scolding him that he wasn't a human. He immediately exploded when he heard this. The red-robed man looked at each other in amazement. He then murmured, "King is right. We're not human. Fuck." Tan had a headache and rubbed his temples. He simply turned around and walked away. "Don't follow me. I will kill myself if you follow me." Tan's brain worked exceptionally fast. They regard me as a king. They must be very nervous if I kill myself. Sure enough, the complexion of the three people changed as soon as they heard this. They hastily got out of the way with a schwa sound. Tan's eyes lit up. This suicide is very useful. He walked out calmly. Those three people didn't dare to stop him, but they blindly followed behind him. Tan turned around and chased them away several times, but those three people didn't leave. Tan got angry, and his stomach became even hungrier. His mouth gurgled for a while. "King, you're hungry," the white-robed man said politely. "Shut your fucking mouth." Tan had already found the feeling of being a king. He glared at him and said, "Do you think your stomach will growl like this when you're tired? You know that I'm hungry, but you still haven't brought me anything to eat. You only know how to spew these non-nutritious farts." The white-robed man's complexion turned ashen. He repeatedly said, "Yes, yes." Then he turned around and flew away. He hadn't gone far when he suddenly let out a long howl. This howl was strange. It sounded like the howl of a wild beast. Suddenly, a schwa sound was heard after a short while. Silver rays of light rushed over from all directions, and the silver waves surged for a while. There were still many more coming from afar. Tan-Tan's legs went soft, and his eyes bulged out of their sockets. Fuck! There are so many wolves. There are so many howling moon silver wolves. This bastard. What are you howling for? I'm done for. It looks like this fresh-baked king is about to turn into a piece of meat in the belly of a wolf. And he will turn into a pile of shit. Tan-Tan's legs and stomach cramped. He saw that the howling moon silver wolves were rolling up like waves, and their numbers kept increasing. In fact, there were more than 10,000 of them in a short time. These howling moon silver wolves were 5th-grade spirit beasts. 2 howling moon silver wolves could contend against a king-level expert. 10,000 of them. What kind of concept was that? Tan didn't dare to imagine. That white-robed man shouted, and all the howling moon silver wolves prostrated themselves on the ground in an orderly manner. Tan was left dumbstruck when the white-robed man's figure moved and started a massacre. A moonlight sword appeared in his hand. Shwa, 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 and blood flowed out. His figure turned into a white light and slaughtered 400 to 500 howling moon silver wolves. Then he took out the inner cores from their heads. However, these 10,000 howling moon silver wolves only prostrated themselves in fear. They issued deep and muffled woo-woo sounds from their throats. They didn't dare to move. They allowed themselves to be slaughtered. It seemed as if these 10,000 wolves had come here to throw away their lives. The white-robed man counted the number of inner cores after a while. Then he let out a low whistle, and the wolf pack dispersed like a tide. Only incomplete wolf corpses were left on the ground. The white-robed man cut off a piece of his clothes and made it into a package. Then he put the inner cores inside it. Then he arrived in front of Tan and said, "King, these are the inner cores of 500 howling moon silver wolves. They should be enough for a short time." He was somewhat nervous. So he hurriedly explained, "King hasn't awakened yet. So it seems that we can't use the higher level ones. So we use the 5th level ones. I hope King won't take offense." Tan opened his eyes wide. He unconsciously took the package and looked at the white-robed man as if he was looking at an immortal. Then he suddenly screamed and turned around to run away. "You scared this handsome man to death. This bastard has such a terrifying ability, and I ordered him around." Fuck! Tan wiped his cold sweat as he madly ran away. He disappeared without a trace in an instant. The 3 people didn't chase after him this time. They just stood there and looked at Tan's disappearing figure. "King has just begun to awaken. He can't accept us yet." The red-robed man said, "We know about King's existence, so we shouldn't disturb him for the time being. We shouldn't invite a disaster for him." The white-robed man nodded and said, "Yes." The silver-robed man muttered, "Should we send a few experts to protect King in secret?" "We mustn't. The 2 men stopped him together. King's path has always been the beginning of killing. Only continuous adversity can make King awaken as soon as possible. I'm afraid we'll spoil everything if we intervene. We won't be able to offset our sins, even if we die 10,000 times if we delay King's awakening." Yes, the silver-robed man suddenly broke out in cold sweat. "Let's go back and inform the elders of the upper 3 heavens about this good news. I believe that they'll be very excited once they get this news." The red-robed man said, "Yes, let's go quickly." The 3 men turned around and left. The red-robed man waved his hand as they passed by the wolf's corpse, and the snow and ice in the sky suddenly rose up and buried the wolf's corpse along with the bloodstains. The surface of the ground became tranquil once again. There wasn't a single ripple. The figures of the 3 men slowly disappeared in the wind and snow. Only a few words were faintly heard. "It's been 10,000 years. King has finally. I must pay my respects when I go back. Boo-hoo! I didn't expect that King's crown would suddenly appear in this northern wilderness. I was right to come this time. Boo-hoo!" The wind seemed to be weeping and complaining. Chapter 543. Tan rushed back in a panic. He was panic-stricken like a stray dog. He was like a fish that had escaped the net. He saw that he was about to return to the cave. Then he regained his senses. He turned his head to look behind him. Those 3 people didn't chase after him. So he groaned and sat down on the ground. He then started to pant. "I was scared to death." That white-clothed man was so terrifying. The powerful silver wolves didn't dare to fight back. Tan wiped his cold sweat with lingering fear. He thought for a long time. I can only barely describe the strength of that white-clothed man with the word terrifying. Motherfucker. Fortunately, those 3 people are crazy. They thought that I was their king. Otherwise, I would have been miserable. He felt something heavy in his bosom. He looked at it and realized that he had brought back the entire package of silver wolf cores. He didn't even know when he had taken the lead. "Crap! I'm rich!" Tan shouted in excitement. Then he covered his mouth. He sneakily poked his head out and looked around. He made sure that those 3 people didn't chase after him. Then he held the package in his bosom with a satisfied look on his face. Tan didn't care about the fact that those 3 people had called him king. "I'm a normal person. Wouldn't it be an insult to my wise and divine IQ if I believed the words of these crazy people? I don't even know who my parents are. So, how would I know who their king is? This is nonsense." He took out a Howling Moon silver wolf core and threw it into his mouth. He immediately felt comfortable all over his body. It seemed as if every hair on his body was dancing in excitement. This kind of feeling was simply the greatest enjoyment in life. "Young master," Tan moaned for a while. Oh. Then he opened the package and ate 3 cores in a row. He suddenly felt full. He sighed in satisfaction. Then he couldn't help but burst into tears. "I can finally eat my fill," he then thought for a while. Then he opened the package and divided the 500 silver wolf cores into 3 small packages. He put one in his bosom, one in his robe, and one on his back. He also caught 2 snow chickens and put them on top of the package. I can't help it. Master, I didn't deliberately deceive you." Tan sighed in grief. "It's just that you won't let me eat it." After concealing himself, Zhang Xian stood up and jumped a little. After confirming that there was nothing wrong with his movements, he stood up and walked back. Meng Chao Ran was in the middle of interrogating Tan when Chu Yang returned. "Where did you go?" Meng Chao Ran asked sternly. Tan rolled his eyes. "I went out to admire the snow. Snow appreciation?" Meng Chao Ran sneered. "You know how to appreciate snow." Yes. Tan nodded, like a chick pecking at rice. "I suddenly became very excited when I saw the sudden snowfall. I wanted to compose a poem. I wanted to sing this pure white snow, this fluttering snow, this beautiful snow, this beautiful snow, this beautiful snow. This beautiful snow. Meng Chao Ran's complexion became more and more serious. He coldly looked at Tan. "Oh, by the way, I also caught 2 snow chickens for master. Look, they are fat and tender. They are both female." Tan hurriedly took out 2 snow chickens and presented them in front of Meng Chao Ran as if he was presenting a treasure. He then said in a flattering manner, "Master, you will certainly be greatly nourished if you eat them. Smack." Meng Chao Ran hit the 2 snow chickens to one side. He nodded and said, "What's that?" He looked at the package on Tan's shoulder. I caught the inner cores of spirit beasts." Tan forced a smile. He hurriedly took them down and carefully placed them on the ground. I only caught this much. This is really all. Take again. There's more. Meng Chao Ran remained unmoved. This is really all. The more Tan Tan spoke, the more powerless he became. Eventually, he was defeated by Meng Chao Ran's gaze. Another small package escaped from his bosom. It seemed as if he was about to cry, "Master, there's really no more. I didn't hide it in my pants. Take again. There's more." Meng Chao Ran coldly shouted, "There's really no more. There's nothing in my pants." Tan Tan firmly clamped his legs together. "Oh!" Meng Chao Ran snorted in a low and deep voice. "Are you going to take it or not?" "I'm going to take it." Tan Tan dejectedly spread his legs. He lifted his robe and assumed a hoarse stance. He held the package with one hand and then untied it from his waist. He then placed it on the ground. "There's really no more this time," Tan Tan said in a relaxed manner. "Well, I also believe that there's no more this time." Meng Chao Ran nodded. "Master, how do you know?" Tan Tan was very surprised. "I'm a crafty rabbit with 3 burrows. My stratagem is very superb." Meng Chao Ran couldn't help but want to laugh, but he forcibly restrained himself. Then he shouted, "Good Tan Tan! You can do it now. You've learned how to lie. See if I don't teach you a lesson." "Master, please spare my life." Tan Tan broke into a run, but he bumped into Chu Yang, who was rushing in with his body covered in wind and snow. "Minister!" Chu was caught off guard. He felt as if he had been hit by a train. He flew out with a bang sound, and he fell on the snow-covered ground in a sorry state. Tan Tan also flew out and bumped into Meng Chao Ran's body. Then Meng Chao Ran caught him on the spot and gave him a fierce beating. He was beaten until he howled in grief again and again, and tears and snot flowed down his face. Chu Yang had never dreamt that he would get hit by a crazy bear as soon as he entered the cave. He had excitedly returned to the place where his master and junior brother were. He had even heard the 2 of them talking from afar. Wouldn't he have been knocked to pieces if his cultivation hadn't been good enough? Then Meng Chao Ran asked him, "You still know how to come back?" Minister Chu was instantly dumbfounded. Meng Chao Ran finally felt relieved after a long time. He looked at his 2 younger brothers who had lowered their heads and drooped their faces. He couldn't help but reveal a trace of a smile at the corners of his eyes. He then snorted. Then he told Chu Yang about what had happened after he had left. Eating the inner cores of spirit beasts? Low-grade king, level expert? Chu Yang opened his mouth wide in astonishment. He turned his head and looked at Tan Tan. Tan Tan's swollen face quickly exposed a smile that was uglier than crying. Chu Yang was puzzled. How did Tan Tan advance so quickly? "I'm the Tribulation Swordmaster, and I'm only a 5th grade king level expert. Tan Tan's foundation wasn't as good as mine. He was inferior to me in every aspect, but he has suddenly surpassed me by so much. This doesn't conform to common sense." Chu Yang hastily asked the sword spirit, but the sword spirit also looked at each other in confusion. Then, "Do you want to eat anything other than the inner cores of spirit beasts when you're hungry?" Chu Yang asked. "I don't want to eat, and I can't eat." Tan Tan swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said pitifully, "What about after eating the inner cores of spirit beasts?" "I can't eat anymore. My stomach will be full. Would you be able to eat it if I were you?" Tan Tan rolled his eyes. Meng Chao Ran and Chu Yang looked at each other in dismay. They both felt that this matter was too outrageous. "Master, I think that there shouldn't be a problem," Chu Yang cautiously said. "The inner cores of spirit beasts have always been used to enhance spiritual power. Tan Tan eating them like this doesn't seem to be a big deal. The The problem lies in the fact that he can even digest the inner cores of spirit beasts when he eats the first one. So, he won't be able to digest these low-level ones. Chu Yang concluded. Moreover, he can't eat anything other than this. So let him eat it. Moreover, his strength can increase so quickly after eating it, it's a good thing. Good thing? Meng Chao Ran snorted and said, Where can I get so many inner cores of spirit beasts for him to eat? How about you feed him? Meng Chao Ran's eyes lit up when he said this. Is Tan Tan that kind of person? Well, this matter isn't impossible. Chu Yang felt that his financial resources were robust. So, it didn't seem to be a big deal to feed such a junior martial brother. Tan Tan, how many can you eat in one meal? Chu Yang rubbed his head. He then turned his head and asked Tan Tan. 3 fifth-grade ones. Tan Tan sighed. 1 a day is enough. 1 5th-grade spirit beast inner core a day. 1 5th-grade spirit beast inner core costs 200,000 taels of silver. Chu Yang hissed. You eat 1,800,000 taels of silver in 1 day. Tan Tan scratched his head and smiled foolishly. Who the fuck can afford to feed you? Minister Chu stood up. 1,800,000 taels of silver in 1 day. 18 million taels of silver in 10 days. 54 million taels of silver in 1 month. 48 million taels of silver in 1 year. Is that enough for you alone? Chu Yang shouted, This isn't counting. What if you eat 7th grade or 8th grade spirit beasts in case you level up? Chu Yang was speechless. What if eating 5th grade spirit beasts doesn't have any effect? And eating 7th grade spirit beasts would cost 1 million taels of silver. So he would eat more than 4 billion taels of silver in 1 year. As for 7th grade spirit beasts, their price would be sky high. 1 spirit beast core would cost 10 million taels of silver. So it would cost more than 40 billion taels of silver a year. 8th grade spirit beasts were priceless. 9th grade spirit beasts. Chu Yang felt dizzy. He was on the verge of collapse. So, if this guy were to eat them for 20 or 30 years, would he be worth 100 billion taels of silver? Would 1 trillion taels of silver be enough? I can't afford to feed him. I can't afford to feed him anyway. Master, how did you accept such a super prodigal disciple? Chu Yang shook his head again and again. He hurriedly pushed away this hot potato. Master, let Tan Tan follow you. Let him receive more instruction. It's also a good thing. Meng Chao Ran snorted. He felt helpless in his heart. You have the nerve to talk about Tan Tan. Which of my 2 disciples isn't super prodigal? The sword spirit was in a good mood that night. So he concocted a complete version of the heavy pill. Chu Yang made Meng Chao Ran take it. The effect was very remarkable. Meng Chao Ran's injuries caused by the melting meridian's hand healed almost instantaneously. Moreover, his meridians expanded, and his cultivation soared from 1st grade emperor level to 2nd grade emperor level. As for his state of mind and heavenly law comprehension, they directly rushed to the monarch level. Meng Chao Ran was pleasantly surprised. He pulled his 2 disciples to chat that night. Chu Yang even took out wine to celebrate his master's achievement. Meng Chao Ran got drunk to his heart's content. He held his 2 disciples' hands and chatted for the whole night. Chu Yang woke up the next morning. He felt that something was wrong. He looked beside him and saw that Tan Tan was snoring on his back. He would occasionally grind his teeth and would make people's teeth ache. Sometimes he would even whistle in a rhythmic manner. Occasionally he would turn over and fart with a bang. Chu Yang covered his nose and got up. He then walked out of the cave with a sigh. He grabbed a few handfuls of snow and washed his face. He then rinsed his mouth. He immediately became sober. Chu Yang was very happy to see his master, so happy after he had healed his master's injuries. He had drunk wine with his master last night, so he couldn't fake it. Minister Chu had indeed let down his guard and had gotten drunk. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.